Hello, welcome. My name is Alex, and you are here tuning in to watch tonight's game for our LiveStream Weekend 2023 here at the Place Theatre as part of our Game Play initiative. My name, as I've explained, is Alex, and I'm going to be your game master for this particular edition. But we have a number of other games coming up over the weekend, so if you are watching live right now, please come back later as well for other things or over the weekend. And if you're watching on demand, hey, you've stumbled across us. Welcome. We've got loads of other videos from this we've done before. Feel free to check it out. I have a wonderful table of players around here in front of me. But before I introduce them, let me explain a little bit more about what we are going to do for this first 3-hour session this evening. We are going to be playing a brand new game to us. It is Aegon. By the designers John Harper and Sean Nittner, published by Evil Hat Productions. It is, first of all, it's one of the most beautiful RPG books you've ever seen, and it's full of amazing art. But we are going to be playing in the world of ancient Greece, in the world of heroes and heroics, when the gods are actively invested and sometimes actively pursuing the characters and the heroes who will be undertaking various trials, contests, and tribulations in an attempt, like all good Greek heroes, just to get home. That is our theme, hence this perhaps rather regal and probably slightly too hot thing that I'm wearing on my head. But before we delve too deep into the world that we get into, let's do a quick hello and introduction to our players around the table. I'm going to start. Let's start over here and work our way around this way. Do you want to just introduce yourself and tell us any random or relevant information that you want to know about you, the player?
Hello, I'm Ruben. I've been here before. I've made this shirt that is now relevant.
Awesome.
It's very relevant.
Sick and dead.
Yes.
Well, we'll find out.
Yes. We'll aim for one, at least.
Hello, I am Oren. I started this group. That's the relevant information about me.
Hello, I'm Caroline. I've been here a while because no one can get rid of me, and I'm going to be back tomorrow.
Hooray!
I'm James, and I'm rather unremarkable, unfortunately.
It's fine. If someone's allowed to be, generic.
I'm Rob, and I'm very remarkable.
But we'll have to work out how.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's leap into the game. Where shall we start? Start with some sounds of skirmish. Let's add in a little bit of colour for it as well. Our heroes have left behind a scene of battle. It's been fought over a long time. It's taken a great toll on them and the world that they inhabit. And now, with that conflict behind them, they embark, quite literally, onto a ship. The eventual goal is to make their way home, back to the islands and kingdoms that they came from, back to their families, friends, those they left behind to fight. But the gods have other ideas. The gods aren't necessarily interested in what mere mortals and those pesky demigods who get in the way of their plans have in store. And it's not long before your ship starts to get into trouble. Strong winds blow in, initially from the south, blowing you through strange mists. Islands that the captain of your ship has not seen, or certainly not expected to be where they are, float past. There are days where the winds are still and you cannot move, caught as one or more of you has drawn the wrath of either the winds themselves or of Poseidon. And only through sacrifice, through the pouring of libation, and through sometimes ritual slaughter, are you able to regain the favour of the gods and move forwards. The ship sits for a moment, moving quietly through a late evening sea. A slight choppiness to the waters, but you are moving. Reuben, whereabouts on board this ship would we find your character?
You would find my character near the back of the helm, not at, but overlooking the captain and their duties, so they can have a clear eye of the ship. I am playing Despoina, the hunter's eye. You'd see their grey skin kind of contrasting the blue sky, with wavy oiled hair tied up in a ponytail with a dagger hairpin, thin one, as her kind of hair sways in a gentle breeze. Her sharp, narrow eyes are piercing and seem to search, with a posture in her slender yet athletic form of that of a panther or a serpent ready to strike, as it waits patiently. In this minimal, ornate armor, pomegranate emblem on the left pauldron, with these almost silk see-through kind of veils that be coating over their being that seem to go in and out of kind of sight. And she stands with on board a spear on her back and a shield.
Nice. The captain, a man by the name of Pharos, who you have spent a large amount of time sort of beside or nearby, is stood lazily kind of at the helm peering out, and looks back over his shoulder towards you and says, your eyesight is better. You see anything out there?
I see not which is a problem of yet. Nothing to observe us.
Good to know. It has been a challenge. If you see anything strange, you give us a shout.
Of course.
James, where would we find you on board this ship?
At the very front. So this is a kind of a, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, trireme type ship, you know, with the kind of the raised front with the tall kind of wooden pillar and then the single flat sails. Yeah, you would find Polythrustes, the unshakable pillar, at the very front of the ship, potentially even kind of arm around the wooden pillar that is the front of this ship, kind of breathing in the sea air as the wind. You say it was evening, kind
Sort of late afternoon,
twilighty evening,
yeah.
and this breeze just tussles the kind of golden ringlet hair that bedecks his head. Very little else does he wear other than his loincloth and his sandals, for he is coated in muscle. He is a picture of brawn and working muscle. You know, he is a thick sort, and he will be a thick boy, if you will, and he will be literally kind of arm around the thing, leaning out, just kind of surveying the approaching
Whatever it may
horizon.
be.
Indeed.
Caroline, where would we find you, your character, within the ship?
My character would be found idly hanging from a rope probably attached to the sail, maybe 1 foot on the deck, swaying lightly in the breeze. Just waiting for there to be something to do. Scythia the Cunning is somewhat raven-like in many features. Dark eyes, searching, rounded, very much in the breeze. Unlike Polythrestes, with his beautiful flowing golden mane, her hair is long, shiny and black in layered braids that fan out almost like feathers in the breeze. She has somewhat broad shoulders and wears a bronze cuirass and linen wraps on her arms and legs.
As you are there, one of the kind of deck hands, one of the sort of smaller, younger members of the crew, who is sort of kept on board the crew to run around and do menial tasks like emptying out buckets and filling buckets, kind of rushes past and kind of knocks into you ever so slightly as they are kind of rushing forwards towards the front of the ship. Sorry there, Scythia. Is there anything you need me to do?
She looks down at him and pauses for an uncomfortable length of time before eventually replying. We seem to be quite stationary for the time being. It seems that the gods intend to sabotage our journey home in whatever way possible. I know not why, but I shall face this challenge. As for yourself, well, Despoina certainly has the best eyes of all of us, but you could also keep a lookout, see if there might be land we could rest at.
Yes.
Remind me of your name, please.
Pelon. Yeah, I've got some slops to do, but if there's anything you need, just call out. I'm always looking for more interesting work.
Of course.
Not that I don't have slops.
There will be trials ahead, but I feel more confident knowing that we have a crew to face them with, including you, noble Pelon.
Thank you. Maybe one day. Rob, where would we find your character?
Prochorus, the god scourge, would be leaning against the side of the boat, a hulking, very dark shape. There would be a black cloak around his shoulders. There would be a kind of aura around him of go away. He would be looking at anyone on this ship who comes near him with daggers, and he's probably looking at Polythrastes with a look of, look at this pretty boy. What's he doing up there? I bet you he thinks he's a hero, and just there's utter disdain for anyone doing anything kind of helpful or nice. I've got a spear and a shield, very functional items. There's not really much adornment on them, apart from a little kind of winged chariot in the centre of the shield, and there's a helmet kind of at my feet that I'm not wearing at the moment that's got little black wings on the side. Apart from that, it's very dark, very moody.
Yeah, you see as they move around, other members of the crew and sort of the sailor folk who are keeping this ship moving have learned already to give you they obviously move out of your way. Not such a wide berth that you will shout at them for doing so.
Yes.
But also just enough that they kind of move around you.
Yeah.
And avoid too much engagement between the two of you. But for now, you are left largely to your own devices as we see where Oren is.
There's a rumbling beneath the deck. Clanging of metal. But no one's intimidated by this. Almost warmed by it. You see a rather short, wide man, long beard tied in a single knot, head shaven, wearing a black apron, swinging a chain with a hammerhead attached to the end against the metal beams that hold this ship together, repairing any damages from previous battles, and singing to himself.
It is warm and close here. The ships are not deep hulled, and there is very little space realistically between the deck above, which most life takes place on, and the sort of basically like a kind of deep bilge where you have set up a forge. The water still occasionally tries to make its way in here and succeeds in doing so, but you are able to run these repairs. But the fact that you have set up some kind of fire-based system into here means that it is at best sweaty and at worst uncomfortable. But still, the sound of ringing anvil, the sound of hammering, has, as you say, filled people at first where it brought them fear. Now it has brought them comfort, knowing that there is someone aboard ship who is attempting to look out for the well-being of this vessel. But by and large, you are left alone down here, unless occasionally a kind of ship urchin type character is sent down to find out what you need, or to find out what it is that you've just done because something's changed. So, now we know where you are, and more importantly, who you are. There is a phase in this called Fellowship, which we always do when we are in voyage mode. And the Fellowship stage, each of you will pick another character around the table, and you will ask them a question. Could be a question about how they came to be who they are, or what's important to them. Could be a psychological question. How are they feeling? How are they? What are they looking forward to? But you will ask a question. That character will answer, and then the two of you will mark a bond with each other. You don't all have to have bonds with each other. Obviously, you can have multiple. All of you could choose to have bonds with one person, but this bond will come into play later when we reach contests, as it is something you can draw upon to gain advantage in the situation. So, with that in mind, who is in our most interesting position to start this? Let's start with our surly companion.
Why is the forge worth the risk of fire on a ship?
Much like a hearth to a home, without a fire to warm you, it will all be cold.
Nice. So Prochorus, you have a bond with Deimos. Deimos, you have a bond with Prochorus. Add that into your bonds section. Ruben.
Of course. Why must you be your shadow in such times when there can be light?
Because there is no hope when the world is run by the selfish, the vain, and the patheticness of Mount Olympus.
Well, I hope you do not mirror them too closely.
Prochorus, you have a bond with
Despoina.
Despoina. You have a bond with Prochorus. Demos, who would you like to choose?
What lies beneath your disdain for armor?
So are these questions asked to us as people or us as characters?
As characters.
Ah, okay. One needs no armor. We are all heroes in the making, and we must prove ourselves accordingly.
We are. There's a confident soul.
Prochorus spits over the side of the ship.
The two of you add bond with each other.
That's
Who hasn't picked someone yet? You haven't, and you haven't.
I have.
Oh, you went. Yes, you did. 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Caroline. Scythia. Who would you like to ask a question?
At this point, what feeds your drive to return home?
To be at one in a certain place is much to my utmost request. I have a father, Donis. I'm sure he's not around forever upon our mortal realm. He must return to my mother's. So I'd like to make the most, I think, with him.
Beloveds to return to.
As do we all, even beyond death, I must say.
And finally, Polythrastes. Who would you like to ask a question of?
I will leap down from the maidenhead, and clap the various sailors on the back. Yeah, and they will likely be sent flying.
Blood out the mouths.
Prochorus, is there nothing that brings you joy?
Sinking my spear into a foe. Or someone who doesn't respect my personal space.
Duly noted.
Oh, wonderful. So, with some bonds forged, tentative though they may be, and antagonistic in some places as well, but it's the same. The ship moves on. Night falls, and there is a full moon that sits and hangs bright in the sky. It is almost bright enough under the moonlight to see and go about your normal business. And the winds pick up ever so slightly, allowing the ship some forward momentum. And there is a sense of relief in the sailors. The captain calls out and says, "Well, we have a bit of momentum at last. As the night is so good, why not? I make a suggestion. How about a little bit of night swimming? Perhaps we will catch some interesting fish. Would any of you like to join this challenge? See who can catch the most interesting night fish."
Polythrastes is already disrobing.
Is this not your chosen ones, more provenance, may I say?
I am at home in the darkness. I will hunt these fish.
We are going to have a contest. First contest of our game. This contest will determine who the leader is for the rest of the session.
Two very different games.
The leader will be the final arbiter of the choice of how the heroes go about overcoming future conflicts and contests. which will determine what domain things occur within. So, all of you are allowed to get involved in this, not just those who have been chosen or put forward. So, would any of you... what's the question here? How do I say this? Who among you will face this contest? Speak your name.
Prochorus.
Prochorus will face it.
Don't think I can tie in God's Scourge here.
Honoured Polythrastes will take on your challenge, fair captain.
Very glad to hear it.
I am always intrigued by the prospect of finding new life forms, new experiences. I, Scythia the Cunning, shall face this contest.
Will you sink there in your armour, friend? The one you so seem to not disrobe at all.
One does not sink.
Oh, maybe put your armour to the test, then.
Deimos, the Forge Master, with net in hand.
I, Despoina, the Hunter's Eye, shall take part, I believe.
Awesome. Each of you has put yourself forward to win leadership through this contest. I'm going to roll 2d6.
So is this the strife? Or the
I am the Strife player. That is my name, as you might have seen in the overlay. I embody all of the problems that exist in this world,
Damn it.
both real and imaginary. So here we are. That is a 5. That is your target, people. So I would like each of you to roll. First hero chooses leader for the next island. I would like each. This is the first time we've ever played this, by the way. So I'm a little bit finding my way through bits of it. So if I get stuff wrong, which I probably will, then apologies. My microphone is also falling off my glasses. So sorry. Each of you is going to roll your name die. If you wish to call upon divine favour in this moment to gain an extra d4 to your roll, depends how important it is to you, you will burn one of your divine favours. Or you could just rely on everyone around the table being an equally good leader. I am, however, going to allow Despoina to roll their epithet dice, because I think, given that this is a contest of finding and catching the most interesting nighttime aquatic creature, that the Hunter's Eye will come into play here, perhaps more so than any of the other of your epithets. So everyone else is going to roll 1d6, and you're going to roll 2d6, unless anyone would like to add in.
We don't get the domain for this.
There is no domain for this one.
Oh, it's very tempting.
I know, right?
Because you're trying to roll beta 5.
Exactly. 1d6. It'd be a hell of a low bar to
You have
fail
a
at
1
catching
in 6
fish.
chance.
Do you need to exceed it or just meet it?
Meet it.
Okay.
I'm gonna burn my favour with Ares.
Okay. Remember that when you when we come to explaining what happens in this contest, you must build in how Ares has helped you to your description. Ready?
I think I'm going to call on Poseidon.
Okay. Already we have a contest. Cool. Roll your dice.
So that's a d4 as well, right?
Add a d4 if it's relevant.
Oh, that's bad. That's good.
Almost max.
Who rolled less than a 5?
Yep.
Prochorus and Deimos. You both suffer in this encounter.
Armour not so buoyant now.
You will be the first to explain how you undertake this contest. Who prevailed? The other three. What did we roll?
9. 6 and then a 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just a 6.
6. No, good work.
I got an 8. You need it.
Despoina and why have I written this down and then forgotten about it? Scythia. You both prevail, but you are not the best, sadly. And finally, Polythrastes, you will be our best hero. So, we start with the players who suffered. Please tell us how you met this challenge and how you came to fail. What caused it? Was it your own incompetence? Was it the machinations of others? Was it the gods themselves? Or was it just bad luck or the fates themselves that interceded? We will start with Demos, because you're first alphabetically.
I grasp the most magnificent weapons. However, time in the hull, erosion. I seem to have put my hand on the wrong net. Can't catch a fish if there's a hole in it.
Yep. Your net thrown out starts to sink, and you see immediately like a large, strange-looking fish moving through, and you think you've got it, and it cuts through, and you see like the binding starting to pull apart. A forge master you may be, but a netsmith, not so much. Prochorus.
Prochorus looks at this embodiment of everything he hates about heroes. The reminder of Heracles, the favoured son of that absolute arsehole Zeus. And I say a little word of, come on Ares, this will really piss off Zeus. And he embodies me with this fury and this ferocity, and I put one foot on the edge of the boat, leap into the air with my spear, and my foot slips off, and I just tumble face first into the water, and I am furious and embarrassed as hell.
Just thrashing around in the dark seas, the light bouncing off, spear lost in confusion, but unable as others leap in. Despoina, you succeeded in your trial. What does that look like?
You see probably Despoina in her minimal one, just step off the boat and into the water, clear-eyed, peering through. They do not spear fish, but they kind of move their shield around to like hug it to their chest, and using that, they think I accomplished what I sought out to do, and they'll swim back and jump onto the boat with hugging this fish to their chest.
Successfully finding something tasty that everyone might be able to enjoy, and quick, like a good hunter.
Yes.
You move to take efficiently the thing that is most useful to you, but not necessarily what is going to be greatest or most interesting to the party. Scythia, how do you succeed?
I watch out for the clearest patch of water. It's clear out in the ocean, but there are some patches murkier than others, especially where we drift towards shallower areas. I wait until we cross a deep part where I can see, just below the surface, a shoal of sardines swimming around in their tight formation, feeding near the surface. I take my atlatl and one of my trusty spears, load it carefully, aim, leaning just over the prow of the boat, and fire it straight into the shoal. I then dive in after the spear, swimming through the scattering shoal, catch it while sinking, and emerge, my dive barely making a splash. And I hold aloft my spear to show 4 sardines impaled on it. Not interesting, but bountiful for dinner.
And smart. You chose to get wet only when it was most useful and most important to do so, having already secured your catch. That, unlike Prochorus, you were not simply thrashing around in the water with a sharp implement. However, Polythrastes, you are our best hero. How do you succeed?
Can I kind of just go ham? Is that the point of this?
Yeah.
Just go, okay. So,
Bear in mind that you've called upon Poseidon
exactly,
himself.
Yes. So my sandals are off. They were the first things to come off. I'm dressed in a simple loincloth and my bulk. My cape, which looks to be a ragged lion skin. Effortlessly shrug it off my back and stand up onto the railings with my arms out. Poseidon! I call upon you! Bring me the fortitude to survive your embrace! And then I will dive outwards into the water, and Polythrastes is going deep. He is going down and down and down into at the point at which it is almost pitch black and crushing, and only through the favour of Poseidon and his blessing of fortitude are his lungs not crushed, for he seeks a great prize. Fish are fast and nimble, but they lack strength. Polythrastes is looking for the offspring of Carcinos. He looks for a giant of a creature and sees it, a huge crab, wide as a car. He sees this huge crab with cruel claws that could snip a mortal man. He is mortal. A normal man in half. He sees this great creature, this foul offspring, and he knows that he must wrestle this beast back to the surface. And so he dives with all the weapons he needs, his feet and hands, and he gets this crab and he manhandles it, and the crab takes a chunk into his arm, and the blood mingles with the cold dark water, but he is not swayed, and he gets the crab into a full Nelson, which is difficult if you have less arms than the creature you're doing it with. And then and then around this beast he roars and puts his feet in the silty ground, and then will, using his powerful thighs, shoot back to the surface with this helpless beast in his grasp, where he breaks the surface with a laugh. Poseidon's will be done!
They're just thrashing in your arms, just legs, or just all legs, and then snapping. Is this giant? I mean, we're talking probably like sort of this kind of size.
Big crab.
This takes up like a
shell.
whole boat.
Yeah,
That's
it's like,
big.
and you're like starting to wrestle it up towards getting it up onto the deck, and the captain's like, "My friend, this is you win the prize, but that cannot come aboard."
I thought the task was to get a fish.
And did you
The most
succeed?
interesting thing from beneath the seas.
My friend Prochorus, if it swims in the sea, what is it not but a fish?
This man is
Yes.
successfully won.
My goodness. Polythrastes, hold still for just a moment. Quickly loads up a spear into her atlatl. Aims
No.
carefully.
If we're going to let it back, it's
Yep,
not gonna
that's
do
good.
harm.
Keep it still.
Where do you throw it?
I think it's dead.
It's a shame your spears do not penetrate further.
A good one, Prochorus. And then hopefully, I mean, now it's dead. Maybe the captain's more amenable.
He is.
At the very least, like he'll tear off a big old meaty claw, and
Absolutely.
just toss it up onto the deck.
where
We'll
it
eat
can-
well tonight.
You will eat very well with your various fish and your sardine kebab, and now a lovely bit of crab for everybody. Polythrastes, you will be our leader for the next island. So, a great meal is had by all. Eventually the moon drops below the horizon and the night becomes dark again. You sleep. Most of you on deck, under canvas or blankets, perhaps tucked down closer to the forge against the warmth. But the night comes and brings with it a warm embrace. Your wounds heal miraculously. Sea foam kind of just takes it away. You are awakened by the sound of the captain calling. "A land ahead. It is a strange and misty day. Or perhaps not even a day." You see that it is shortly before dawn. A penumbra on the horizon, warm and orange-red, implies that the sun is just below the horizon, ready to peek up at any moment. Ahead of you, you see an island through the mists. Get to my notes, guys. The night remains dark, although there is this light on the horizon. The sky above you is dark, and as you look back looking back away from it, it's still like looking back into the night sky. The wine dark sea behind you. Scythia and Despoina, as you awaken, you hear sounds of consternation and surprise. There are posted sentries and guards, people who you have convinced to take over from you when you are sleeping, keeping an eye on the horizons. And one of them, peering out ahead, you suddenly hear says, "It's dark. Where is everything gone? I cannot see. Somebody help! Somebody help! It is dark."
I'd leap out, start heading my way up deck with caution, hands by my side for my weapon.
I go over with significantly less caution, more speed, because this sounds like a person who needs help.
Yeah, the two of you move over towards them. They are stood in their position, exactly like alert and on guard, eyes open, staring out across as they would be doing so. And you can see that they are blinking, but it sounds like they cannot register sight in their eyes in this moment. Which is strange. You are unable to do anything about it. And then both of you realise, you think for a moment, this is a god sight. This is information from a god that you have a connection with. This is perhaps Hecate working their witchcraft. Her sign is darkness. The lights snuffed out, the sentries blinded. Hecate is telling you something, trying to give you an indication of things ahead that may need your wherewithal to solve. As you are towards the back of the ship, looking at this and dealing with this, Polythrastes, rising to your position, staring out ahead. Beyond, you see the island, kind of as a silhouette against this orange horizon line. And then off to the side, there is like a flash of pure white, like a pinprick of pure white brilliant light coming that kind of intersects on that horizon line through the orangeness of the sunlight. A beacon, a light of hope, a light of guide. Hermes is speaking. God, you have gained favour with. His sign, the shining beacon on the distance, the guide to the lost, wishing to take people home. Hermes is speaking to you in this moment. How will you heed his warnings and signs? And what lies ahead is up to you. As the ship moves forward and it arrives and approaches, you realise that the sunrise has bathed you in its dull red glow for far too long. The sun is stopped in the sky, just below the horizon, and the world is trapped in twilight. You move towards this dark island, and as you come towards a landing cove, before you disembark, you see perched across atop a rocky crag, which makes up the majority of this island, is a strange light atop the hill. Ghostly blue flames seem to flicker, and they're kind of like almost like a kind of alcoholic lit blue flame light in the darkness, producing very little actual illumination, but standing out because of the colour pattern and the darkness behind. Within these strange ghostly blue flames, you see the shape of a mansion, a house perched equally atop this hill that seems to be veiled through this blue hazy light. Even from here, over the lapping of the ocean waves, you hear a mournful weeping, a quiet, sorrowful sobbing that seems to resonate and echo off the rocky outcroppings that make up the shoreline here. As the ship comes in close and you are ready to drop down your gangplank onto the beach below, you can see all around the hill scores of shadowy, translucent figures wander aimlessly, the desolate shades of the dead, somehow freed from their toil in the underworld, are here, trapped on the island and moving strangely through the dark night. The sailors, including the captain, are afeared. They lose heart. You can see already there are calls and demands to try to move away, to get away from the island. That the dead are too much. They cannot be. No human, no mere mortal should be forced to come this close to the shades of the dead. Only bad omens and bad things can happen. This place is haunted. The sailors cannot bear the dread from the wandering shades and the darkness. Left alone, without assurances from the heroes, they will flee with the ship and become lost in the mists forever. I am going to call a contest. The contest will be a contest of arts underration, which none of you are good at.
No.
And you will be competing against the dead. So, I will start off as we always do in these contests, by asking you to state your approach. This is an arts and oration contest. As a group of heroes and players, I would like you to decide what your approach will be in this moment. Will it be to entreat? Will it be to cajole? Will it be to bribe? Will it be... How would you like to use your skills of voice and mastery? And what is your goal? Is your goal to keep them on the ship? Is your goal to keep them with you as a group? What is your intention?
Prochorus would be calling them cowards.
Polythrastes' approach would be to reassure. He would try and entreat them and tell them that the gods have brought us here.
I am like-minded. I could forge better chains than Hades.
Do not use his name so lightly. It's one of my dad's.
I apologize. I'll send him a postcard.
Thank you. That's my other names.
Two of you wish to entreat?
Yeah.
I think Prochorus would also kind of be saying, like, don't be cowards. These are this is just the gods playing games. Do not, do not run from childish whims of those fools. You do not need to be kind of defeated by this. And I've kind of put my helmet on, I'm ready to go and kill these things.
Amazing.
Zythia would bounce off Prochorus there, saying that indeed it is obvious that the gods have brought us here, for something is unnatural about this island, and should we be able to set it right, great deeds and possibly epithets of their own could befall all of them, if they are willing to be strong and take up this challenge.
At this point, I would probably suggest maybe just some rational conversation, with some light persuasion, and the fact that we can always try and deal with this, and that no harm should come to them.
Leader, what is your group's approach?
It seems that we are trying to a somewhat combined approach, but ultimately it is to reassure the crew that we are more than a match for whatever is on this island, and if anything, we have been brought to this island for a reason. There is nothing to be afraid of. The dead have had their time, and we will attempt to tell them. I don't think anyone has specified, but I don't think we need them to come with us. I think they're fine on the ship. They can sit and have some reheated crab.
Wonderful.
Dangerous.
Seafood.
Your approach, as I see it, and your goal is mostly to focus on the crew themselves, to convince them that the idea of staying here, protecting the ship, and waiting your return is a good idea, and that you do not wish to directly... You're not going to go out there and tell all the dead to run away or to flee in this exact moment. That is a problem for later. Your approach is much more on the mortal realm. So in which case I am going to take the dead's dice, which is the d8 from my pool. I'm going to take the d6 for the domain. No, I'm not going to do that. You're going to do that. I don't need a domain die. And I'm going to use the epithet of the dead in this particular instance, which is that they are lost, which gives me a d6. As you are not directly engaging with them, but the fact that they are lost souls is causing this problem within the crew. So, let me just check. That's everything I need. I don't think at this stage any of the gods are particularly angry with you enough to make this a challenge. But this is see what our target number will be for your strife roll. So, that is a pair of ones, everybody. So your target number is going to simply be a 6. Who among you will face this contest?
I, Polythrastes, will tell you, I entreat you, crew, we will overcome these shades.
I don't think your epithet has anything to do in this moment, does it?
Nope. I'm unshakable, but that's not. I'm not the one that's scared. It's them.
Your domain is arts and narration, so take your domain die
6.
and your
It's
name
only-
die.
There's only one person able to.
No. Who else amongst you wishes to face this contest?
Prochorus, God Scourge, will show you all that this is just a game of the gods.
Despoina shall as well. This is
3d6.
clearly one of my father's work, or my mother's. They both do equally well in this way.
2d6.
Deimos, may the fire in my belly be shared with yours.
3d6.
I, Scythia the Cunning, entreat you to stand alongside us. An army is stronger than any individual could be, and together we stand a greater chance of overcoming what trials may lie ahead.
3d6. You should use Scythia's cunning in this to find a way around it. All of you, please roll your dice.
Nice.
Add together the two highest numbers on your dice.
If we only have 2 dice, that's just both.
That is the both the dice, yep. What is your total?
8.
9.
12.
7.
12.
Ooh.
We will both roll your name die again until we have a winner.
Okay, that's d6.
Yep.
That's a 1.
4.
You are our best hero. All heroes prevail. No one
Did we get
fails.
glory from the first one?
No, because it's a leadership contest. This will be the first one you will get glory from. So, in any order you like, let you decide amongst the four of you, and then with Scythia as our best hero, how exactly did you go about entreating the dead? What were your actions? What outcomes did they have? How did you tee things up for other people? How did the crew react?
As I was the lowest, I'll probably go first. Not as valiant a display as the previous night, but still. Polythrastes bears his armorless chest to the dead, the shades of the dead, and shows no fear before them. He turns and entreats the crew. Men! Fellows! We will overcome this, for there is nothing that cannot be beaten when we are together. These tests by the gods are just that, tests, and we will prevail.
The crew seem, some of them moved, but the more you see them look through their eyes and see a person of your stature, and you hear one of the crew call back, "That's easy for you to say. Not all of us have been gifted with quite such brawn."
But
Hold.
you are all cowards.
Friend, trust not in the wavering of your heart. Trust in my unwavering steel.
You got enough for everyone?
Let me check.
He who receives many guests has not time to turmoil in such matters. This is nothing but trivial, I must say. If you find this stow, however, it will not be soon. You do not have to venture with us into such dangerous murk water laid before us in your ship, but you can stay behind and prepare your own venture. Make yourself comfortable, warm, and fight this cold with your own warmth and fire.
How will we keep the dead away?
You're not going to keep the dead away. We're going to keep the dead away. You're going to stay here cowering on this ship, and we are going to go and do, well, what needs to be done to fight these game by the gods. Come on. You should be strong. You should be brave. You should not be looking at this fool and thinking that you need to be like him. You need to look at everyone and see that you can stay safe here, and we will go and deal with it.
How will we know when you return? We will...
With your eyes. We will walk back aboard this ship victorious.
You will see us. We will return.
The crew seem to need some final suggestion or indication that your return will be foreshadowed in some way. They do not wish to leave their heroes behind should things go badly.
Zithia has been quiet for the time being, letting everyone else say their piece, and now she has something to latch onto, something she can action upon. And she steps up to the prow of the boat and loads a spear into her atlatl and tenses up her arm really tightly, getting ready for something. We will be able to signal if we are victorious and that we are coming back to you. Simply listen closely, and when you hear my signal, you will know that we have won, and we are coming back. And she will flick her wrist, throwing the spear directly into the air so hard that it creates a sonic boom.
It's echoing as you watch the spear explode up into the air. There is then a flash as it kind of evaporates in within the sonic boom. It is only a spear after all, not necessarily made to break the sound barrier. But so that explodes, the flash of light, and then a short moment after, and you see, looking out across, there is a moment as well as the shades of the dead kind of their heads kind of just...
I trust that will be difficult to miss.
No, that is... we will await your return. If you don't mind, we'll pull the plank up when you leave, though. You have been victorious. You have gained glory in this moment, winning over... you gain a 6 glory. Everybody else gains 3 glory for your attempts in this contest.
Wiping the blood from my ears. Good show. You really put spirit into them.
Yeah, polyclass Caesars.
Ow.
You can actually break the sound barrier with an atlatl, but the spear does not tend to survive it.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, well, that one definitely didn't.
Probably not by throwing it straight up, but I'm
Yeah.
a Greek hero. I can do what I want.
Absolutely.
Especially when the dice said so.
Yeah, indeed. It is full of glory. The group depart the ship, taking with you any supplies or necessities that you might need, any further weapons or things that you feel may be useful in your investigations and movements. Yes, so just assume that if you need something, you've got hold of it. We're not going shopping. You move out onto the island, and you see it doesn't take long for you to realise that the dead out here are shades. This is not. This is ancient Greece. You are not visited by the sort of mortal remains, the reanimated mortal remains. This is a heroic story. You are visited by the souls of these beings, not their mortal forms. But you see that they are unquiet. There is a restlessness to their movement. They don't seem to be engaging with each other. They simply, each one, although there are many and multiple around, each one just seems to be stuck in some way in their own troubles. Ahead of you lies a climb on foot up to the manor house. But between you and this pathway, and along the pathway, the spirits of the dead intercede, wishing to stop you, slow you, and indeed entreat with you. How will you attempt to get past the spirits? Will you attempt to rush past them into the manor house? Or will you attempt to make offerings of blood and prayers in order to appease them so you may pass?
Are those our options? Or is there room for creative license?
You tell me what other ways you think. If you were to attempt to rush past them, then it would be a domain of blood and valor. If you attempt to make offerings of blood and prayers, it may be resolve and spirit. But if you have other ways or other particular outcomes, then speak now.
So is this a contest?
This will be a contest.
Okay.
Polythrastes, I doubt that these are the kind of problems that can be resolved by hitting.
You'll be surprised, I think you'd find, what goes by in the dead.
You wound me, Scythia. Problems are not solved by hitting. They are solved with conviction. And it is with that that I would intend to solve this. So Polythrastes' aim, method and aim, is to rely on his conviction. The dead have had their time. These are but lost shades, and he will stride up towards the mansion, unbowed and unbent by the shades.
Interesting.
Effectively kind of ignoring them.
This would still be a domain of resolve and spirit. So if you were, we can decide different ways to achieve that goal within resolve and spirit. But does anyone have any other approaches that you might undertake that would suggest that you would all compete within a different domain?
Hades.
No, I think I'd stay in resolve and spirit.
If he's cutting a path, I can walk it.
Yeah, calling upon my honoured God that this change that has been brought about, that is something that seems unnatural to me.
Hades has clearly decided to release these spirits from his domain for now. He will call them back. I say we fight them. Send them back to where they belong.
Bit of blood and valor. Any other methods that any other domains you would like to try and convince us? It seems like at the moment it's sort of 3 to 1 towards resolve and spirit.
I am somewhat inspired by Polythrastes. It seems that he has other ways of resolving conflicts apart from wrestling things. Similarly boneheaded, but still different. I think I might follow his lead, but maybe use the terrain to my advantage a bit, trying to avoid the spirits where I can, and dodging past them where I cannot.
Cool.
I think that would still come into resolve and spirit, though.
Yeah, I think so. That sounds right. So we will contest this in resolve and spirit. However, should Prochorus wish to, they may call upon another domain as well, but you will have to mark pathos in order to do that. But before we get to that, I need to... so your approach is to... Some of you, to summon up the courage... nail your courage to the sticking place and to move forwards with the courage of your convictions, knowing that these are merely the shades of the dead and they cannot in any way really harm or hinder you. Those of you who are perhaps not quite so strong in your convictions seek to follow in the wake of those who are, or to keep close and sneak, taking advantage of Polythrastes' wake through to draw attention away from the quieter routes ahead. And your goal is to just pass through these at this point in time. Amazing. The dead themselves are very much not aware of you until you get closer to them, at which point they sort of start to sort of drift towards you, and you hear like entreaties and calls out. They want to stop you, they want to talk to you, they want to tell you about what happened, they want you to send messages to people that they have loved and lost who are still around. They are trying to sap you of your time and your energy and your attention, really. So, the dead, roll a d8. They are despairing. So they will roll a d8. And we are fighting in the domain of arts, resolve and spirit. So, I'm going to roll these 3 dice. And the highest number +5. Your target number is going to be a 9. Who among you will face this contest? A reminder, you do not need to participate in every contest. If you fail and suffer, then you will gain pathos, which is effectively a wound to you. However, should you enter into the contest and be successful, victorious, glory awaits as heroes of old. So, who among you will face this contest?
I, Polythrastes, the unshakable pillar, will take this contest.
Add your name die, your epithet die, your domain die.
So that's 2d6 and a d8.
Yes, because you are fighting in your preferred domain. Who among you will face this contest?
I, Despoina, offspring of the dread Persephone, Kore, and partner to Nestus and he who receives many guests, shall face the dead as I walk amongst them.
Are you calling upon your honoured god?
I am calling upon my honoured god.
Take your domain die for resolve, take your name die, and take a d4 for your honoured god. And mark that off on your list. Who among you will face this contest?
I, Prochorus, God Scourge, will do Hades' job for him and send these back to the underworld.
Wonderful. Take your name die. Take your God Scourge epithet. And are you marking pathos to also
indeed.
call upon blood and valour?
Yeah.
Then also take your blood and valour die and your domain die. And mark pathos. Who among you will face this contest? You do not need to.
I shall not.
Would either of you like to spend a bond with one of the other players and lend your name die to them?
Polythrastes, following behind you, I'll give you a boost.
Mark off your bond with Polythrastes and either take an extra die or physically give him the die.
I was going to say,
Up to you.
if Oren rolls it... Oh, okay, thank you.
There we are. Wonderful. Those of you who have done so, test your fortune.
Do I roll all of these and add them together?
You roll all of those. For you, you will... yes, for you, you will add all of those together.
Yeah.
Anyone else, you are going to take the 2 highest die, and no one else has got divine favour, have they?
No,
So no,
I
the
do.
2 of you will just take the sum total of the 2 highest die.
Okay. Crikey.
The target was a 9.
Yep, and we need to meet it, right?
Meet it or beat it.
Good.
Your number?
11.
11.
13.
13.
9.
9. All of you prevail. But Prochorus, you are our best hero in this.
Yay.
So, Polythrastes, what actions do you take and what effects do they have in this contest against the dead?
Polythrastes will relies on, not calling on, but relies on the conviction of Demeter, and he will stride towards the mansion. The dead have had their time, but the way to release them is to free the curse that assails this island. And so he will stride through them as their kind of withering hands claw and paw at his flesh, and he will continue with his stride. And his unshakable nature is battered by the relentless assault of the damned, and only through his conviction and the aid of honoured Demos is he able to keep this consistent pace.
Your pace moves forward and you are shaken for a moment as you pass through the shades of the dead. Most don't turn your head, but then as you round a corner, taking the lead, you see moving towards you, eyes wide with surprise, Lithos, who you were left behind to go to fight. He was old then. It seems time has been unkind. And as he moves towards you, in arm out entreating, where are you going?
There is the unshakable conviction cracks for an instant, and Polythrastes begins to turn, but maintains his stride, hoping that his teammates can help.
Despoina, you see ahead of you your helm, the head of your party is pulled aside from a moment by this person, this shade.
Polythrastes, they are not as they were in life. Calling upon the dread Persephone, you see sort of that vague, like the veils on them grow darker, and almost their shadow becomes an outline over their person, as when they walk past the dead, as this mystic aura around them, the dead are turned back as if they cannot stand to be near them, or they fall into a kneel or bow as they quiver and shake. As Despoina walks onwards, eyes side-eyed in you at a point, and a very subtle Vetso that only shake of the head at your moment of weakness as they walk on, a dark god's kind of outline falling behind them.
As Despoina moves past you and this kind of strange aura that emanates directly from the queen of the Underrealm, although she would wish not to be, you see as the reality of the form of Lithos kind of seems to give, and he's like becomes much more gaunt, and you see embodied instead of the soul of the man he was, you see in that moment through this veil a more of a like the ghostly emanation around shows the truth of the skeleton that he now is somewhere deep in the ground. However, by calling upon this power, the attention is drawn towards you, and the ghosts and the dead seem somehow to have become more focused on you, because of the power you have drawn in. Something to do with the nature of the dread power from the underworld itself calls them like a beacon, and you see, rather than moving as ones and twos locked in their own universes, they instead start to move in to surround and block the pathway all around. Prochorus, seeing this, what actions do you do and what effects do they have?
Prochorus has walked in the middle of the group up until now, believing that your idiocy, unbelieving that your idiocy seems to be working, and then he sees you falter, and then he sees Despoina attract them, and Prochorus sighs, looks down, hefts the spear, hefts the shield, and then just runs into runs between you two, lashes out the spear into the chest of one of these spirits that kind of shudders and shoots backwards. It doesn't disappear, but it is now no longer within harm's reach of you two. And there is a spinning spear, butt of spear, shield around you two as this kind of group of spirits try and overwhelm you, and there is just Prochorus as a shield around you two.
You rush forward into this melee of kind of like ravenous, hungry spirits who are desperate to feast upon the energies that are pouring out of the Despoina, and you bring the spear around, and it makes bare contact in the moment. It seems to pass through the kind of ghostly apparition nature of these beasts, and for a moment your heart sinks, but instead, with resolve in your heart, you lift up the shield and you rush forward to push it. And something about this shield, the chariot emblazoned upon it, seems to kind of glow in that moment and makes force, as this is no mere mortal spear. This is an honoured object gifted to you by a god who you don't fully despise. And there is like a moment as you are able to bash them away, and the light from this moment kind of pushes away the spirits, and they kind of drift back off as your energy dissipates, and they seem to move back into kind of more into their holding pattern. And you see ahead of you a short pathway, and now the house ahead. Immediately in front of you. 13 glory, 7 glory. I think that's everything. And I will say you gain divine favor with Hermes for using his shield in this moment, understanding that sometimes defense is the best form of offense. It's not true. But Hermes likes it. Ahead of you is the palace. This simple building, a few towers and turrets, columns, an open space, but all of it hidden and veiled from you by this ghostly blue light. I realised I just pushed blue up higher than it was, so it won't make much difference. This ghostly blue light acting as a barrier between you and the house that you wish to get entrance in. Beyond, you still hear this plaintive cry, this wailing noise. Will you stride brazenly through the veil of fire, or will you find a clever way to circumvent it and enter the house? What is your approach? What is your goal, heroes?
Fire obstructs our path. We have... I cannot be sure at this point what here is an illusion and what poses genuine danger. What I thought were mere reflections turned out to be dangerous already. I would rather not take my chances. And she's going to start looking around for any sort of vantage point to try and maybe scuttle around the fire or find a high place where she could leap from, perhaps using one of her spears to pole vault over the wall.
You are wishing to find a clever way to circumvent and enter the house.
Indeed.
Is anyone preferring a more direct approach?
Well, I think Prochorus would be thinking about kind of a similar finding a way through, possibly asking Nyx to kind of bring some darkness over the fire so that it's not there anymore. But yeah, I think rather than trying to walk through or kind of in any way kind of attack this problem face on, try and circumvent it seems sensible.
Polythrastes is nothing if not willing to walk into things, but he's not quite so stupid as to walk into fire.
Again.
First time was a lesson. Second time was weird.
They made it look appealing. But I mean, I think his approach would. I don't know. I think it will be somewhat more of a we need to find a way through this rather than we need to walk through it. I was thinking my approach was actually to invoke a bond, but do I do that as part of my approach?
We will do that when we get to the
Okay.
naming your heroes, speaking your name, and all of that. Right now we are working out exactly which domain this contest will take place within.
2 ideas. 1, water beats fire. Worth a try. And 2, what's the ground made of?
Dirt, rock.
It can be dug.
Honored Demos, is not your fine armor a fit barrier to this spectral mass?
Have you ever touched a flame to metal?
You have to give him a
I would rather not end
Well,
up similar to your crab.
You also spend your time working with fire, do you not? You are Forge Master. I'm sure your expertise would hold most note over this mission.
And your expertise with the dead, it being not quite a real flame.
Very true.
I call a contest of craft and reason. First, some information. Some useful information in this moment. As you search around the island looking for a vantage point in which to get a better sight, you see carved into a rock a word, a name, the island's name. You are here on the island of Akaros, an island of myth and legend, said to be the pleasure garden of a nymph by the name of Orphne, torchbearer of Hades. Only the single dwelling was required. After all, the torchbearer of Hades does not require a huge amount of help or outside influence. This forested hill with the strange lights flickering speaks to you of this nymph and the stories you have heard. As you peer closer at this strange fire, this blue flame that surrounds the building, you recognize in this no heat, only divine will. This is sentient flame. This is Phobos itself, the blue flame. Previously thought to be restricted within Hades' torch, something or someone has broken the torch of Orphne and extended the reach of Hades' torch beyond the realms of the dead here. You will be fighting or competing craft and reason against the only person who could possibly have the power to call upon Phobos themselves. Erastos. Magician, necromancer, obsessive, who has given their life in the pursuit of learnings that most deem unacceptable. So this will be a contest of craft and reason against Erastos. Erastos the magician has a name die of a d8. They are obsessed with mastering their skills. They'll gain a d10. And they are wielding Phobos' name die themselves in this moment, which is another d10.
If I want to join him, because he sounds like he's anti the gods.
That's my day.
This contest is mythic, as it involves the great flame Phobos itself. And I need to remember what that means. Each of you must use a divine favour in order to contest this mythic foe. A god must be called upon to aid you, as you are coming up against divine being.
Do
itself.
I know of any connection between this necromancer and Nyx?
You do not, and you know that Nyx deals mostly with the material darkness, and that this person as a necromancer is more interested in moving into the depths of the underworld and beyond this kind of mortal realm sphere.
Cool.
Nyx oversees what is happening in the darkness of the real world.
Yeah.
So they are going to roll a d8 and 2d10. Anyone who wishes to do, I'm going to roll that now. Highest number is an 8, so your target for this island is, for this particular contest, is going to be a 13. Who among you will face this contest?
Deimos, Forge Master, honoured of Hephaestus.
Take your name die, your epithet die, and a d4 for Hephaestus. Who among you will face this contest?
I wasn't gonna, but now it's mythic. I feel like I kind of have to.
You also need to add your domain die as well.
Scythia the Cunning shall face this challenge. She will call upon the aid of Artemis to assist her in the precision that will be needed to carry out the maneuver she plans to pull.
I'd like to add my bond as well to Cynthia.
Thank you.
So Scythia, you are going to get your name die, your epithet die, Despoina's name die,
Also a
so
d6, right?
and then a d4 as well from your calling upon Artemis. And mark that divine favour as being used, and mark your bond as being used.
We're no
please.
longer bonded.
Who among you will face this contest?
So just wanted to, so we need to beat 13.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but we would have to have at least a d4.
Yeah.
So you'd have to. So theoretically, if you're not using in your domain, you'd have to roll 2 6s and something. This seems like very difficult. Surely.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
It sounds heroic. Nay, mythic.
Can we call on more
Bear in mind
than
you can
one
add
god?
You
another
cannot.
die
You can only
if
call.
you
Well,
mark Pathos.
I don't know, so I'm going to say no.
You can receive a bond and
You can receive a bond and a
Lovely.
divine favour, but you can't. I don't think you can call upon more than one. No, gods are fickle and selfish.
Damn it.
Yeah, there
I
we
know, that's my whole deal.
Yeah. No, sadly not. So, who among you will face this contest?
I think I'm going to give a bond.
I, Prochorus, God Scourge,
Absolutely.
will do what Hades again has failed to do and keep control of his domain. Nyx, put darkness over this area to help me get through.
So that's your name die, your epithet. This is definitely a god that needs to be scourged.
Honoured Prochorus, I was left wanting in the last encounter. I have yet much to learn. I would aid you in the conviction to call upon Nyx. I'm giving a bond.
Give your bond, your dice, and mark your bond as being
That's
spent.
dangerous because it's the same dice as me.
I think we've also got the same titanium dice, though.
But it's different to the ones I'm going to roll there. So that's
Oh,
fine.
okay.
So
Oh,
that's
they
your
go when you use them, don't they?
domain
Name.
die, name die, epithet die, extra name die from the bond, and a d4 from your calling upon Nyx in
Watch
this
them all be
moment.
ones.
The three of you, please roll your dice pools.
Oh,
Done all we
it's
can.
not Good.
The two highest
Two
plus
highest
the D4,
plus
right?
whatever is on your d4.
Good.
if one of them was a higher number and another dice hit them and knocked it to a lower number,
No.
and that number happened to be a 1,
Well, in Greek times, they counted down, so a 1 was actually the highest one.
Uh-huh.
True.
Uh-huh. I'm guessing by that
Not
we've got
great.
bad news here, everybody. What did you roll?
before or after?
What is on your dice?
Right now, 8.
8.
So many ones.
What
Three
did you
ones.
roll?
11.
11.
What did you need to be?
Suffer.
13.
Ironically, mine would also
Marking
have been an
Pathos, I'm
11.
guessing.
Each
Oh.
of you needs to mark pathos in this moment.
Does that include people that
No.
if they
Only the
bond?
heroes. Only the heroes.
Only the
whose
heroes.
only,
Oh, God,
only the
no.
heroes
No.
who spoke their name in this moment and
We are
took on the
heroes.
contest.
Now.
You all, however, gain 1 glory just for trying.
Good.
You know, sometimes trying is important.
Results are more important.
We would like to succeed.
I would like each of you, starting with Demos, and then between the two of you, to narrate your actions, what effects they had, and how you suffered in this moment. What stood in your path? Was it simply too difficult? Did you fall short? Did you attempt to overreach and in the last moment were stopped because of an attempt? Or were you simply unprepared for an opponent of this size and power? Demos, what actions did you take? What effects did they have upon this contest?
A mortal who attempts to craft anything to contain that which is not, the likelihood of success is low.
You, using your mastery of fire, you believe, attempt to create some kind of object or device that may, if not capture the flame that is it, the opposite, buffer it, send it away. Instead of trying to encapsulate it within something as it must have once been, you intend to seek to reverse that power, to push aside and create a pathway or doorway. But this is no ordinary flame, and this is no ordinary deity or being that you are dealing with, and your attempts are hamstrung by a lack of the right material, the right time, and the right knowledge. Actions did you have, and what effects did they have on the contest?
I myself climbed up a crag trying to get a better vantage point and found a vantage point where I was certain I could make it if I pushed myself. Calling upon Artemis's keen eyes, I readied myself, ran up and made the jump. And it became evident in that moment just how abnormal this fire was. For as I sailed through the air, it licked up to meet me. I fell inelegantly on the other side of the veil of fire, one leg singed.
You have made it through the barrier, but at cost. This was not a heroic moment. This is not one that you will hope that the scribes and poets will speak of. Nevertheless, it does seem as though this barrier is traversable if you take a more direct route. At what cost, you do not know.
Is I've forgotten his name,
The Rastos
Rastos. Is he there?
does not seem to be there immediately. Not zero directly, not watching over you.
He's not got like a torch
So
shining it in her eyes.
the chorus waits for the darkness that he is certain is coming to come.
And it comes. Darkness falls, the land becomes, the mortal realm becomes hard to see, and yet still there, flickering, giving no light, no real light, not illuminating the area, not illuminating the people around you, but just there, in its there-ness, the blue flame.
And he sneaks, or thinks he sneaks, towards this barrier. And very similar to Scythia, he thinks he's getting through this barrier. He thinks he's found a gap. But the fire is clever. The fire knows what he is trying to do, and at the last moment, it licks up his back and burns him.
There is a brand, a moment. Each of you who has crossed it, somehow this flame marks itself onto you. It has, you have rebuffed it by making through. Similarly, like what you created and crafted holds just long enough, but in the attempt for those of you who have gifted your names to also rush through in these moments, cracks and breaks behind you, and each of you is somehow touched by this light, this blue flame. This barrier remains in place. Getting back through it may be harder. The only way must be forwards. Phobos must be re-encaptured, and Hades' torch must be made whole again. Ahead of you, within this dark, strange blue light, a grand manor house is laid out. You see, as you look at it, your eyes ache. It is labyrinthine, and as you seek to stare at it, as you seek to understand it and know it better, it seems to shift from your eyes, to move away, as if it does not wish to be seen or investigated. Some other magical force is playing out over these walls. And these corridors of the sanctum here of Erastos, formerly Orphnae's home, seem to push you away. dark and ominous. As you move within, your footsteps seem to echo with strange sounds. You move forwards, turn. When you look away, doors and hallways shift and change around you, receding as if in a dream. It seems that Erastos has prepared for outsiders and interlopers. He has used his craft and reason to put a curse upon this place, making it harder to traverse. Although you suspect, although you do not know, that this may have a power more than just on outsiders. After all, this is not Erastos' island. This is the island of Orphne. Where is she? What has held her at bay? She is torchbearer to Hades, not some mere mortal necromancer. Something here within these strange labyrinthine corridors is holding her captive, imprisoning her here. But for now, you will need to find your way through them before perhaps you are able to hear and find the source of this distant, wailing cry. So, can you make your way through the dark corridors of the manor house and find the source of the weeping? I think this is a contest, don't you?
Sounds like it.
A contest of craft and reason.
Sounds easy. Don't think new one.
Probably against Erastos. So, let me roll some dice. Let's see.
A contest of craft and reason.
Craft and reason, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Can we not change that?
Can we not?
I don't think so. However,
comfortable.
should you wish to mark pathos and bring in one of your other domains, you are welcome to do so. Remember that you will then have to bear that in mind when you're rolling.
Okay.
But the domain that this is occurring in is definitely craft and
Okay.
reason. Oh yes.
So-
What?
Sorry, we are trying to find our way through enchanted corridors of a mansion
Yes. Some kind of.
towards a weeping that we are unaware what it is.
Yes. Yes. Although you have suspicions as to what it could be, that it may belong to Orphne themselves.
Okay.
So, what are we doing? Erastos, the magician, has laid this magical trap.
Damn it.
Will all of his things be mythic?
Curse you,
We're about to find out, I
Erastos.
think.
Oh.
He is defiant.
Yeah, he is.
He does not wish
We
others to find out what is happening here.
Too bad.
And he is obsessed with keeping his secrets safe. However, he is not calling upon the power of Phobos.
Good.
He is using his own magical powers to control this. And so this is not a mythic contest. This is simply a contest of craft and reason against this dark necromancer. So, highest of these three dice is a 6. Your target is an 11.
Okay.
Who among you will face this contest?
And if we want to use a different domain, we have to spend pathos.
Indeed.
My pride might be slightly wounded, but this is something more in my domain, you could say. I, Scythia the Cunning, will take up this contest. I call upon Hecate to lend me their eyes, to let me see through these foul illusions.
Amazing. Add your name die, your epithet die, your domain die, and your divine favour from Hecate, and mark your divine favour.
I, Despoina, the hunter's eye, shall endure such punishments, Erastos. You mess with forces you should not be known to.
Take your name die, your epithet die, your domain die.
I'd like to also... Can I spend divine favour as well for Artemis?
Yes, you may. Call upon Artemis and mark that as well, so a d4 as well. Who among you will face this
I was going to
contest?
call on God, but for all, it's a bit God heavy at the moment.
So D4, 2d6,
And your domain
yes.
I think
die.
I'm going to go for it. I, Polythrastes, call upon the conviction of Demeter. This is. I have just the solution for this, and I will rip a strip of cloth and I will tie it around my eyes.
Oh.
I have exactly the solution to these infernal riddles. Demeter, guide me.
I, Prochorus, have no faith in your ability to do this.
I know your life is slightly shorter.
You are a fool to rely on the gods. You need all the help you can get, and I will give you my name die.
Wonderful.
Deimos, Forge Master, with help from Apollo in his clairvoyant knowledge, will forge myself an attuned compass with his help.
Cool. Name die, epithet die, your domain die, and your divine favour of Apollo.
Do I get all three? Unshakable. Name die.
I don't think your epithet comes into play in this one.
Unshakable. How could you?
But you get the name die, so you get the
I've got
get your
2d6.
name die, your domain die, Rob's,
so three
Rob's
then.
name die, and you called upon and a d4. Yes.
Are we
So
rolling?
4. Yes, roll
Oh,
those
you're
dice. Your
What do we
target
need to
is
do?
your target was an 11.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Correct.
Your 2 highest plus your d4.
6.
So if I rolled it, but do I,
I like that.
only count one of the d6 or?
Your 2 highest,
So
and then your d4.
Thank you.
I've also rolled the d8 for my extra domain. So is it?
Oh, and that. So yeah, just
Wait,
just,
all of them.
just roll all of them. Roll all the dice that are relevant,
Oh.
and then the sum total of the 2 highest plus whatever on your d4.
Yeah. So that would be the d8 and this d6.
Great.
Yeah.
Target was 11. What did you score?
I didn't roll.
You did not roll.
He bonded,
My name.
and thankfully did so because I got 12.
Polythrastes got a 12.
11.
An 11.
17.
17.
God.
Nice.
Only 15.
15. You are the best hero. So, we shall start with... oh God. You know what? If my brain could hold a single piece of information for more than 20 seconds, that would be really helpful. Scythia, we will start with you. What actions do you take in this contest, and how do they... What effects do they have on the contest?
I close my eyes for a moment and call upon a favour that I am owed, and when I open them again, they are bathed in an outline of gold, as Hecate has let me borrow their eyes for a few fleeting moments, and with them I can easily see through the labyrinthine illusions, see the true doors, and can guide my companions.
You see through the the witch eyes of Hecate, the truth of the situation. There is something strange at play here. This is not merely an illusion to befuddle you, but some other form of enchantment is taking place. Hecate's eyes allow you to see the changes as they are about to occur and to plan accordingly, but they are not piercing enough to simply wash away the illusion here. Something more than just illusion is occurring. Polythrastes, what actions do you take and what impact do they have upon the contest?
Polythrastes. So we are making our way forward, and Polythrastes is blindfolded, and without... This isn't a stumbling through the dark. This is... I have called upon the conviction of Demeter. I know that they will guide me, and I walk forward with a powerful stride, and when I feel like there is one there, my hand finds a doorknob, turns it, and then I keep going. I can see nothing. I'm working on conviction alone. A door, a left-hand turn, a faint gust of wind brushes across my face, and I'm aware this is right now, as we navigate deeper and deeper into this labyrinthine maze. There is a moment where I believe my heel is about to fall into a crack of stone that would potentially send me staggering, not falling but staggering, and there is a brief as the heft of a spear taps the back of my ankle and pushes my foot back onto the stonework. I thank you, Procrus! And I continue to just striding forward. Illusions have no power if you do not see them. But we are not yet through this labyrinthine maze.
And more than illusion is holding this place at bay. You seem as a group to be navigating the labyrinth, but not besting it, not overcoming its control and problem, simply making your way deeper and further within the place that you are struggling for. Each of you in this moment worries. The path ahead you are sure of. The path behind, however, perhaps you would not find it again were you to seek it. Despoina, what actions do you have in this contest, and what impact do they have?
I won't lie, I did think about blindfolding myself, and then you said it, and I was like, I can't do that now. Despoina, using their hunter's eyes, gains clarity sort of in this moment, as Artemis only enhances their precision. Kind of observing the route. However, with this precision, they also they take a couple steps forward. They notice Deimos working on something, and knowing their allies' strength and craft, they choose to use their precision to wait for the right moment to follow their ally instead.
You choosing to see through your real eyes and watch as your colleagues move around, navigating through this strangeness. Something triggers inside your mind, and you realize through your hunter's eye not just the actions of the hunter, but the actions of the hunted. And you stop for a moment and look to Deimos. You sense that there is something within this labyrinth, this maze, that is hungry for you to move deeper and further. That simply navigating your way through it is falling deeper into the trap that the prey will do. Something here, this maze itself seems to be predatory and willing you forwards. Deimos, what actions do you take, and what impact do they have on your successfully prevailing in this contest?
Hold my chain. I place my metal gauntlet in front of me. Tool hammer.
Clanging hammer echoes through the walls.
3 taps. Sparks. Sunlight. We're indoors. And yet it reaches through. Apollo has seen my request.
Bright light streams, both from the gauntlets and forwards, as if tethered off, forwards and away, up into the sky. Some kind of link, some chain between you and Apollo's light has been forged in this moment. And you sense you are simply to pull, to ignore the labyrinth and the maze ahead of you, and simply to pull yourself along this pathway through and beyond. You have prevailed, heroes. You get 15 glory. The rest of you get 8 for participating.
Do I get anything? Because I gave my name die.
You
Nothing.
do not,
No.
because you avoided also suffering. So, you have pulled your way through these strange twisting corridors, and find yourself towards a central opening. A courtyard surrounded by pillars. Seems as though the wailing and crying has been emanating from here. You see sat against what was once a vibrant fountain is a thin, gaunt, female appearing person. Those of you who are skilled or knowledgeable recognize this as the nymph Orphnae themselves. You can see from her demeanor a kind of hunched shoulder, a resignation. She is trapped here, held fast by these blue flames. Phobos, unleashed from her torch, has turned captive, or turned captor into captive through the same method. She is overwhelmed by sorrow. However, soothing words may lead her to tell you the truth of what has happened here.
Soothing doesn't really sound like me.
It doesn't sound like me either.
A contest of arts and narration against Orphnae will help you uncover the truth of this situation. But who needs truth?
I mean, this is all Hades' fault, right?
No.
He's been absolutely rubbish. He's let his spirits out. He's given his torch to someone who has then lost the Ouroboros inside it. Like, she needs to come and work with us and stop working for Hades and be rewarded by material things and not the lies and empty promises of the gods.
Please get her on side.
Contrary, for it is mortal who has turned against God, and this is punishment exhumed upon such. Doing a work to keep something tame and which could be dangerous has gone afoul because of mortal hands, gone idle.
She looks like she needs cheering up.
She definitely looks like she needs cheering
I
up.
think the only thing that I don't think, you know, soothing words is something I can do, but I think you know, jovial spirit, Polythrastes, he's your man.
Mortal, immortal, God, it makes little difference to me. I see somebody who is in need of people who can do great things, and we happen to have 5 of them right here.
It seems as though your it seems as though your approach is to attempt to revive her spirits, not necessarily to placate her or to like join her in sorrow, but instead to kind of like cheer up. That is the general approach. Your goal is to make her feel as though not all is lost, that in fact this is the turning point for her in what will then become her ultimate saving and victory alongside you.
Very optimistic interpretation of what I said.
Sure. Gina, well, it's from I've got to take it from the group,
like
the
it, I like
table,
it.
the table. Yeah, just cheer up. Come on, get over it. So, this will be a skill test of arts and narration against Orphnae. Orphnae is Torchbearer of Hades, so she takes a D10. She is...
Does she not want to be cheered up?
Seems not. She is sad. She's D6.
And her epithet.
It's one of the sort of
They called me Orphnae, the sad.
But most importantly, and what will have an impact on the game, is she seems distant, as if not interested in listening to you, which will make this contest sacred. if you suffer, you will have to lose a divine favour without using it.
That's not good.
So, Orphne, Torchbearer of Hades, sad, sad nymph. Highest on the dice is a 6. So your target will be an 11 again.
God. Why is everything so high?
Heroes!
We do other stuff.
Can we go and like punch rats or something until our glory goes up?
That's not heroic. That's not how this game works.
But, you know, there is a limit to quite how many rats you can punch. Where it'd be like, well, that's starting to be heroic.
I don't know. I feel like every rat is a new rat. If that makes sense. So, your target is 11. Who among you will face this contest?
Polyphasty is the man who punched all the rats.
I, the
Seems like
chorus,
saving the rat.
God Scourge, will convince this nymph that her original god has failed her, and she is better with us.
God Scourge, your name die, your epithet die, and the arts and oration domain. And you don't want to call upon any other forms.
I'm just considering calling on Hera because she doesn't like. I think I will call on Hera to just.
I will
get
give
one
you my bond as well.
Lovely.
There we are. So a name die.
I will also call on Hera just to like dick over Hades
Cool.
because they
Yeah,
don't like each other.
that's fair. That's fair. Who among you will face this contest?
Deimos, with Athena's wisdom to guide me.
Your name die, your divine favour, and your domain die.
Earn your divine favours now.
Who among you will face this contest?
I should have made a coward character.
Too bad, you're not. You're the opposite.
Polythrastes is woefully outmatched. He is going to. Guys, he's really tough. He's gonna lose. But that's part of the point. That's what makes it fun. The fact that you could lose, but you could get stronger. He's going to attempt to reach through the fire and pat her on the back. He's just gonna. There. Calm down, dear. It's only a commercial.
Pillar.
Your name die, your domain die, and nothing else?
So because I'm unshakable, I'm unshakable. I'm the pillar. I'm patting her on the back through the fire.
Oh, there's no fire here. The fire, you've passed through the fire.
Wait, I thought she was
Unshakable resolve.
captor of the fire.
Yes,
She's within this whole complex. that you are
it's a
managing.
metaphor.
I thought she. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm not good. I'm not good with
The
emotive
literal
language.
fire outside is a metaphor.
Yes. Burns away
So
our
just the
spirit.
2d6.
I'm gonna suffer.
I do not.
No,
Who among you will face this contest?
Oh God, when did I do
Can
that?
you face it and give your name die?
No, you cannot. You have to sit out in order to.
Yeah, I think I've decided what I'm going to do. I, Scythia the Cunning, will face this challenge. I call upon the aid of Athena to give me ideas as to what words would be most effective towards her. And with that, I'm going to take my d4 of Divine Favour and a d8 from my Craft and Wisdom domain,
Yes.
alongside Arts and Oration.
Yes. So your, I will let you have your epithet, your name, 2 domain dice, and a d4.
Oh, we can change the.
You can mark pathos and add an extra domain die if you wish.
Add an extra domain or change the domain.
Extra.
Add it.
What's your domain?
My domain is Resolve in Spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna
mark pathos.
I'm gonna mark
and add
pathos,
that.
and I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm trying to just do it. So I add an extra.
D8. Yeah.
Want to beat 11.
Uh,
Let's go.
So you have all of your pools. Test your fortune.
Oh God.
You can do it, both here.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. I like that as well.
Oh God.
The 2 highest
Suffer for
dice
your
plus
god.
whatever is on your d4. Your total.
7.
Ooh,
Excuse me, maths. 15.
15.
7. 13.
Deimos and Polythrastes, you suffer in this time. However, you got 17.
13.
13 and a 15, yes. So you prevail. You are the best hero in this moment. Our suffering heroes. What actions did you take in this moment, and what effects did they have, and how did you create a system or situation in which you felt worse as a result of your skills?
My experience in cheering people up comes from singing on the ship.
Oh.
Therefore, I attempt to drag my friend here into a song. Neither of us are in tune.
Neither with yourselves nor with each other. There is a woeful wailing, and Orphnae's attention is suddenly drawn up. She's like, "What wailing banshees have been unleashed upon the world?
My ears are bleeding again.
I thought I felt sad. I thought my wailing was causing pain, but this is unsurmountable."
Polythrastes, after being, it's a bit rude just to invite someone like that. You got to give a man a bit of an intro, but he finishes warbling, and then he strides over to Orphnae, and I'm guessing she's kind of moping in a pile, or is she standing, or is she?
She's just she was just sort of leant against it, and then when Deimos started singing, her head sort of turns up, but still sort of sat on this edge of this fountain.
Well, he suffers, so he goes over and he grasps her by the shoulders and lifts her to her feet, "My lady Orphnae, it appears as though you have been misled. We have come here to save you. Don't you realize that we're here to help?" As he proceeds to yell into her face.
There is just a sort of steadfast resolve in her eyes and a deep sadness that looks into your soul and just sort of says, "You will never know loss like I know loss right now." And in that moment, as you step forward and grab hold of her, she moves quickly and sure-footedly, stepping away from you. As you sort of go in towards her, you trip and fall, tumbling into the fountain and the waters below as she stands, kind of having moved out of the way. Prochorus,
I laugh.
what actions do you take and what effects do they have on the contest?
As these two utter idiots make fools of themselves, I will walk next to Orphnae and I will say, "I have known loss. I have been shunned by Zeus himself, as you have been shunned by Hades. He gave you this task, but did not give you the tools to achieve it, and you must now come with us. You must now fight with us to free yourself from this prison that you have been unfairly left in." And in my head I will say a little kind of whisper to Hera of, "I'll get you this ally. She will be yours now, not, if we play this right, she can be yours, not Hades'."
You see, there is a flicker of recognition when you speak of suffering yourself, and there is a kind of inquisitiveness, as if she is interested and intrigued by what it is that you have had to say, with this slightly more what's the word I'm looking for here? You've entreated her, you've met her on her level, which is interesting, but without kind of consoling her, but more just to sort of say, "Yes, I see where you're at, and it's rubbish, and I feel that." But you see, as the group, that she looks to you all, and she says, I hear you, but I have a solemn duty here, a duty that I have neglected, a duty that I have allowed to overcome. I have been tricked. I have been misled. I must find some punishment. Scythia, you are the best hero in this moment. What actions do you take to win over Orphney and seal this contest for your group?
Indeed, Orphney, torchbearer of Hades. You were tricked. But are you not an immortal? Did Zeus not trick Hera when he pretended to marry, only for her to gatecrash the wedding and find that he was wed to a veiled statue and he had eyes only for her in that instance? Did Hermes not trick each of the gods multiple times when he was merely an infant? No being, mortal, immortal, or god, is immune to trickery. What matters is how you right yourself once the trickery is revealed. There are many suffering shades on this island. They need you and the torch that you previously carried. And now you have allies to help you restore it.
Your words are good consolation. Indeed, you are right. It seems so disappointing to be tricked by a mere mortal. Although he wields power we could not possibly understand. He seeks knowledge and further power. He has trapped me here using Phobos, as he has created a rift into the underworld itself. What it is that he craves within there, I do not know. Perhaps he is jealous. Perhaps he simply wishes to have control for himself. Perhaps he is grieving. Nevertheless, I have been stuck here, unable to do anything, whilst this rift is open. I beseech you. I will do what I can here on this island to attempt to corral together the ghosts of those who have bled out of this rift. Head forth. You will find beneath here the rift into the underworld. Find Erastos and bring him back to this mortal realm. Or seal the rift. Although I fear what may happen if you seal the rift with the dead of this island still here. You have convinced her and turned her around, and she has shared with you valuable information that will help you guide the next steps. Caroline, you get 15 glory for
Nice.
Scythia. You prevailed. You will get 8 glory. The two of you suffered,
I've already marked off.
and you have marked off your extra. It's not pathos in the. Hang on, was it pathos?
Do we get extra pathos as well?
It was sacred, so you'll have to spend another divine favour.
Yeah, so I've marked off the favour. I took pathos because I changed the domain last time. I'm guessing I suffer, so I also gain another pathos now.
So you mark off another divine favour.
I've done.
Yeah,
I've
for
done that.
loot, for suffering. Do you
For
lose?
suffer, just so.
Yeah, so I've already marked off the divine favour.
Yeah.
Do I also take
No.
pathos? Okay.
So when you suffer, one of two things happens.
Ah, okay.
Either you mark pathos, or you
Something.
lose a divine favour.
Cool. Fine.
And then sometimes, depending on the battle, you might have to do that at the start of the battle, not just at the end of the battle. So there are four outcomes to harm. You either have to mark Pathos to enter the contest, spend Divine Favour to enter the contest, or if you lose, mark them instead.
It's really fun to be a bit reckless in this, isn't
Yeah.
it? I think.
That's the thing. I've just realised there's the battle at the end, and I probably should have saved at least 3.
She, with her entreaties, I will also say, for your fine words and for your knowledge and your understanding of the stories of your own people, mark Divine Favour gained from Apollo.
Nice.
Yeah. It was very good.
Thank you.
Someone's done their reading or played Age of Mythology.
That was
Or
really
both.
accurate as well.
Yeah, it was good.
You delve beneath. You find this rift, pouring forth foul vapours, and the darkness
Dum dum dum.
of the lands beneath. This is a portal direct to the underworld itself, a dark and strange place. Foul vapours and cries issue out from the domain of Hades, this vast necropolis. You will need to summon all of your courage and fight in order to find Erastos deep in the underworld and force him back to Earth. Or perhaps you will need to find him and convince him using your resolve and spirit
Beat 'em up.
to seal the rift. What actions would you like to take here within the darkness of the underworld?
I think Prochorus would feel quite comfortable here. It's dark. He's like, I'm gonna really piss off Hades in here. Like, this is great fun. I think he might like kick over things and like a bit of graffiti on the wall. That like really like petty things. Yeah, like just like really kind of like childish, petulant things. But he's eager for this fight. He is looking for signs of Erastus. He's looking for vantage points. His military knowledge is kind of setting in, and he's looking for tactical advantages here.
Searching. Yeah.
What season do you think it would be?
Ooh. Oh, definitely spring.
Okay, yeah. So just for returned, feeling in a home away from home, somewhere I've spent some time. Think Despoino would lay down a pomegranate seed on the floor to mark, ignoring all of that, ignoring this heathen upon the floor. Would start kind of dragging their spear along and marking out sort of more of an artwork and a piece of notice to my mother.
Attempting to draw her eye to this place and this time and provide guidance and solace. Anything else anyone is trying to achieve?
Stories of Stygian iron have dotted my life. I have a chance to find some.
Indeed. This is a place for interesting crafts. In fact, the whole place is an interesting craft in itself. So, investigating and seeking.
Polythrastes is reveling in the challenge of this place, and he is lifting big stones and hefting them on things, and picking up rocks and skimming them on magma. Is it lava or magma?
Magma's underground.
Yeah, but if it's on the surface,
Well,
but we're in hell, is that in
No,
the ground?
I think it would be magma now.
So it's magma.
I'm enjoying this chaotic nature that's happening.
I'm just
here.
like, I'm finding discus-shaped rocks. I'm just go for it.
Let's just call it
Careful,
lava.
Sisyphus.
I am searching the inside of every rock that breaks.
I'm just lifting up great big rocks, smashing them. And
Scythia, what's
Nice.
where is your focus in this moment?
I am thinking back to the stories I know of people still living who went to the underworld and returned. I can recall alarmingly few. But there is a precedent.
There is indeed. And there is in those stories a single unifying reasoning. The only reason you would go deep into the underworld, really, is for someone else. Someone you have lost. Whether that be love, or power, or knowledge, it is a need to see and speak once more. And perhaps, should you be cunning and careful and powerful enough yourselves to steal back from Hades and return them, this missing person, back to the mortal realm. Although, in what form, the stories are uncertain of. As your colleagues around you are, and fellow heroes are, somewhat distracted by their own interests, by their own needs, by their own areas of expertise, your steadfast resolve drives the group forwards. And you think to the stories, and you think what you know of Erastos, and you think what you knew of this great wizard sorcerer, and what he has lost, and who was most important to him. And you remember one of his most powerful patrons, an island prince by the name of Archelius, who, through great power and wealth, and no little suffering on the part of his people, helped raise Erastos to greatness, gave him the test subjects that he might need in order to extend his understanding of the realm of necromancy. You remember hearing word of his death, and hearing how the island and the nation rejoiced at the death of the tyrant king. Only someone like this could drive a man like Erastos deep into Hades. He obviously needs more people. As you are delving deeper, darker, you head towards, and you see, engaged in some kind of deep conversation, mortal being, bald pate, lank, hanging, stringy white hair, engaged in some kind of conversation with a shimmering, spectral spirit wearing a sharp, jagged, black iron crown that's sort of embedded within the spiritual nature of this being, this person. This is Erastos. You have found him.
Oi!
Do
So-
I? Do you want to? Are you going to say something?
Briefly, I just want to get the consensus of this group. I doubt that a person such as Erastos can be reasoned with. He is too obsessive, too determined to seek forbidden knowledge. So, kidnap or kill.
One does not venture into Hades if they are merely dipping their toe in things, it would seem. On this, I would agree, Scythia.
I'm already pulling a javelin off my back.
Despoina, you had a point?
Yeah, the figure he's talking to, is that, would I potentially recognize it or gain any more insight into it?
They are not a powerful person within the realm of Hades. No one is. Other than Hades and his direct consorts. This person obviously had power and strength in the mortal realm, and what you see are merely the sort of trappings that have been hung around them in ironic sort of recognition of their works on the mortal plane. This is not a person of importance to the land you are in.
Have they seen us?
At this point in time, no.
The spirit he converses with is likely that of Archaeus, a great tyrant king, who was his direct patron at the cost of great suffering to those he chose to be Erastus's test subjects. His death was widely celebrated on his home island. It seems that without his support, Erastus has run out of means to continue his search.
I can tell you now, he contributes nothing still.
It seems we are in some way agreed.
Before you go on your heroic monologue, and you rush in there, charging, yelling after your vigorous workout, maybe we take a moment to do it less openly.
Whatever do you mean?
Have you heard of covert?
Covert? What is that like when one's being stealthy?
Yes, in this moment, dear champion. I know it may be, but maybe instead, if it's more to you, both of you rush in there, openly, with your sheer power and defiance in gods, and you overwhelm him from the front, whilst we go round the back to try and take that surprise.
Clank, 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 clank. Yes, I will sneak behind him.
I see nothing wrong with this.
Back in the chain.
I can ask Nyx to... Well, do the gods have power?
Indeed.
I will ask
Hades
Nyx
will not like
to...
it.
Good. I will ask Nyx to shield your approach.
So your intention, if I get this correctly, is to initiate a combat, a blood and valor contest. But in order to get there, you would like to be to use reason and sneak and stealth and all of these other things from Dungeons and Dragons in order to try and gain an advantage in this particular moment. So, with that in mind, with conflicting desires and needs in this moment, I think it's time we move into our final contest phase. We shall move into battle.
Yes.
So, battle takes place over 3 consecutive and interconnected rounds of contest. To start with, we will have a clash. In this, you and your opponent will make your opening moves, maneuvering for a superior position. I think given your attempts and interest in doing that by using craft and reason, by trying to be sneaky and careful in your approach, that this particular contest will take place in that area. Craft and reason, that will be the domain for this clash. The winner of this clash, the best hero in this clash, will gain a D10 advantage die that they may use once during one of the subsequent rounds of the battle.
Can
So-
only they use it, or can they give it to someone else?
I will allow you to give it to somebody else.
Yes.
And is that used? That's used as one of the two that you choose.
It's added to
not-
your pool. You roll it. If you roll a 1 on it, it's just a 1.
Cool.
And you probably rolled higher on something else.
Yeah.
But it
You'd hope
helps.
so.
So, to start with, this is a clash. I need to roll. So you are going to come up against. So your attempt in this particular clash is to sneak past in order to gain the upper hand, to catch unawares both he and the person that he is talking to. Erastos didn't get this far without being careful, keen-eared. He has dodged the assassin's creed many times in these moments, and he has felt the long stiletto blade of the assassin move past him more times than he cares to remember. So he is going to try and catch you before you sneaked up to him. However, he probably doesn't have much going for him in this particular one. He is Erastos the magician, the 8. He is well learned. He has suffered these things before. This will make this perilous, this battle, or this clash. Should you fail...
We'll take fate, I'm guessing.
I've forgotten. I've lost my piece of paper!
You just die. Bam.
Perilous. You will take pathos if you suffer.
Oh.
So you don't want to suffer this one. So, D8, D8. And he is obsessed with achieving his goals. So a D10. That is a 10. Which makes this a 15 in order to win this. So, this clash, simply to gain advantage, your target is a 15. Who among you will face this contest?
I, Prochorus, God Scourge, will face this challenge. I'm going to do the plan we said, which was that we are going to attack to give them a chance to sneak, and I will also be calling on Nyx.
Okay. So you want to
So-
use your name, your epithet, your D4, and your other domain,
And the actual domain.
and the actual domain. Yes. Who else amongst you may face this contest?
Deimos, Forge Master, with the help of Hephaestus and my friend Breaking Rocks, a cloak made of them to disguise me.
Nice. Your name, your your epithet, and your D4,
And the domain.
and the domain die. Anyone else? Any other heroes trying to hit a 15? There are
So
2
you-
more rounds to this contest.
Yeah,
by the way.
I'm thinking I'm going to use a bond, because I have 1 left, and I'm sneaking isn't my strong suit. So yeah, I'm going to give my I, Polythrastes, the unshakable pillar, will be stealthy, and I will abide by the plan of you lot, and not a soul will hear me.
Falls into crouch.
And I will honoured Demos. May you be as quiet as custard rustling. And I will. Oh, that hit a lump in the table.
Cool. So you're not engaging in the contest. You are simply adding your name
I'm helping
to
him,
Demos.
and you know I'm
That
gonna.
makes sense. Would either of you like to join this contest, or would either of you like to give your name to another?
I have no bonds left.
It's up to you then. It's a 15.
It's a 15.
Keep saying it and it'll stay the same. So
If no other heroes wish to take this on, then we can move forwards.
I think.
I think we put our best people forward.
Okay, roll. Test your fortune.
So Polythestes and
That is
Prochorus
not the
walk
right
out.
dice.
Your
That's
two.
because I rolled a 9 on it and was like, that can't
That's
be
a
right.
D12. It's a D10.
D10.
Yeah.
The name dice is just added to the pool.
You need to add a D8, not a D.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, added to the pool. But you didn't call on any gods, did you?
You did.
You did. So the D4
So just add the D4.
to the two highest.
Ooh.
16!
Nice.
You suffer. And mark pathos.
Oh, I need to mark a pathos because I...
What actions did you take in this contest, and what effects did they have?
I was not seen. However, to move with a cloak made of rocks at a speed that they are requiring is beyond my capabilities. I remain unseen.
You remain unseen.
However, I am in no way close to anyone important.
But more importantly, attention is drawn away. There is a sound of rocks moving. Erastes' attention is drawn towards this strange sound, and although he is not particularly upright in there, you succeed in attracting the kind of danger sense that he has on, which leaves an opening. Chorus. What actions do you take? What effect do they have on this clash?
Now that there is a real fight in front of him, you will see Chorus change. There is a deftness and a purpose to his movements. He says a silent prayer to Nyx, and all three of you are shrouded in darkness that lets you can see your target, but you know that you are hidden. The javelin is hefted in Prochorus' hand, and as Erastos' head turns to hear at the sound of the rocks, he releases the javelin, and before it has flown a couple of meters, the spear is picked up, and Prochorus starts to run towards Erastos. And as the javelin hits, what is he wearing?
Seems to be just wearing just basic clothes, toga, not wearing armor. It's a magician.
As the javelin hits his shoulder, there is a scream of pain, and he has blood pooling out of his arm.
He does indeed. You gain 1 point of glory and 1 point of pathos. You gain 16 points of glory.
Glory.
And an advantage.
And
dice.
a D10 advantage die. You may gift it to another player in either of the next two, but you must
Selfish and nasty.
you must spend a bond in order to do it as well. So, the clash is over, and next, Erastos reacts. The threat is raised. His cry of pain, the blood spilling from him, he wheels around, seeing you, and you see and feel as there is a great shuddering. Blue flame pours in, seeming to be pulled down, out from above where you came in. You feel around you this pocket of Hades that is embedded beneath the island. This part of the island seems to shudder and shake. The heroes must make a choice. You must choose to either seize control of the final battle, which will allow you to set the domain for the finale, and also be completely in control of narrating Erastos' final what happens to them. Or you must seek to defend, to protect against the disasters that Erastos is unleashing. As you see this blue flame swirling around and pulling down from the sanctum above, you see that he is removing the safeguards that hold his magic together. The mana is starting to twist and to destroy itself, crumbling to the ground. If that were to do so, you, the heroes, Orphne and himself, may be stuck here in the depths of Tartarus, the depths of Hades realm. So, you would need to defend against him destroying the mana, and you would need to defend against him trapping you and himself and Orphne here. So there are 2 threats to defend against. Each of you can only defend against 1. However, a battle still remains to seize control for the finale. So, which pathway would your heroes like to tread?
Do we all have to go down one, or can we split it up?
We will all split up, but you can pick up.
I mean, Prochorus is mid-stride to strike him,
Cool.
so attacking.
Is this the call to contest?
We will start with the contest to defend. Who amongst you wishes to defend against the outcomes that Erastos' threats are placing here?
I, Polythrastes, the unshakable pillar, will defend.
I, Scythia the Cunning, really do not want to be stuck here for all eternity, so I'm going to be defending to my utmost ability.
Nice. Erastos the Magician, defiant, and calling upon the power of Phobos.
I think I saved 2.
Can we lend our name in this if we're doing the other one?
No. You can lend your name, but you would then not participate in seizing control.
That's fine.
So I'm just going to set your target in case anyone else wants to join. 1, 2, 3. So that is a 8. Is the strife in this particular instance. Would anyone else like to add their name to this contest?
Which
To defend.
domain?
Ooh, this
Yeah.
is going to be a fight of resolve and spirit.
Stop making it so appealing.
No others? The two of you, as long as you both succeed, all will be good. So your name dies, not your epithet, but your epithet.
Yeah, I've
Fair enough.
And your domain dies for resolve and spirit.
Oh, have I lost the die?
Oh.
Yes, you gave it to Oren.
Thank you.
So, and did you call upon a god?
This is Phobos, so it's mythic, so we have to, don't we?
You have to call upon a divine.
I have not as of yet. I am going to call upon my newly gained favour of Apollo to grant me the knowledge that I need to know how to better counter this fire than I did last time.
Awesome.
I am using the conviction of Demeter, and I'm going to call out from my very soul to implore the shades that reside outside of this realm of Hades to return and to bolster the portal, so that we might escape, and so when it closes they are not left outside. So that will be domain, name, epithet, Demeter.
Test your fortune.
Ooh. Oh. That is brutal.
Not enough.
That's really brutal.
You needed to get an 8.
I got exactly an 8.
Highest, 1 for the god, and then a 2, and a 3.
Brutal.
So 5, 6.
So 2.
1 success, 1 failure. You are able. Which threat would you like to defend against? The collapsing of the mansion and the islands that may trap you here. The collapsing of the mansion and the island, or your attempted entrapment here.
The latter.
You wish to seek to avoid the damage done, but the island, the fortress of Orphanay, will fall in its. And you see as it sort of swirls and starts to crumble and pull down into this rift that is occurring. Those of you who wish to seize control of the battle,
slow clap.
who among you will face the contest to seize control?
Can I seize control and then do the next one?
All of you will then participate in the
In the last
finale.
one.
Yes.
So, I, Prochorus. I'm not sure I can call on God Scourge here. It's not God. I'm directly attacking him, right? Is this Blood and Valor? Yeah. So I, Prochorus, will
Your
call.
target is going to be a 12.
We'll call on the fortitude of Poseidon and, Dick over Hades.
I will put my name forward using my bond.
Thanks.
I, the spoiler, Hunter's Eye, giving me as much clarity and clear vision as
Right.
call up, use my other domain and my connection to the meter for utmost conviction makes this.
Cool. So that's your name, your epithet, your domain of blood and valor, and your god die, the d4.
Did you say it's a 12?
And you are aiming for 12.
At least it's not 2 each, so it's 2 each side.
I am not going to use the D10.
Okay.
So,
Can I save for that?
for when is it the D8 if it's the highest, one of the highest, and then
Roll the 3d6 and the d8 and add together the 2 highest of whatever dice, and then add whatever is on the d4. And you're aiming for a 12. It's fine. It's easy.
I can
Well,
beat 8.
You need to hit an 11.
Oh! Yes. 13.
This was meant to be the brutal game.
What did you score?
in total?
Yes.
14.
13.
Both of you prevail in this moment. Prochorus, what actions do you take in this moment to seize control of the battle?
I am continuing from the javelin spear. I have picked the javelin spear, the
Sure.
javelin throw, and I have shield and spear in hand, and I am just charging at Erastos. I will duck down, hit him with the blunt end of my spear, and then kind of leap up from the ground and barge him over onto the floor with my shield.
You see he stumbles, and the shade that he was talking to kind of rushes forward to protect and move over him. But incorporeal though he is, he's sort of struggling to do that. Arasti's trying to crawl away. Spoiler, what action do you take to win this seize control?
I jump down from behind, sprint as well. I see the spirit of a Echo.
Yes, something like that, yeah.
I
Arceus, yeah.
roll my shield down with force, and as it, you see the spirit, it cuts through the middle section, hitting the back of the skull of the magician.
Erastos, yeah.
Erastos. As the shield comes back to my hand, and I jam my spear into his other shoulder to match the earlier blow. digging into the wound I just made with the shield.
He's now
Pinned to the
got this.
ground.
I'm fine. It's just a flesh wound.
He is still a magician and,
Tis but a scratch.
and still holding his magical power. You gain 7 glory, 14 glory. You have seized control of the finale, which means we come to one final roll of conflict. As the person who was the best hero in seizing control, what domain would you like to attempt this final conflict against? Is this a military victory, or are you going to win them over through some other means?
And everyone can.
All of you will participate, and one of you has at least an advantage die that they can throw in.
Well, given I think using my own, this is a battle of as they attack back with whatever magic they have, injures and resist in this magic itself with what I think. So I'm going to protect Resolve and Spirit.
Resolve and Spirit is the final domain for this conflict. Erastos the Magician, well-learned, defiant. Well-learned is not relevant here. Defiant is. Will call one final time on Phobos's blue flame to protect him.
Does that make it mythic?
Makes it mythic.
What if I can't call a god?
Then you cannot add your name to this conflict. You can potentially add help share your name to someone
No
else.
bonds.
No bonds remain. Demos is unable to
I have
participate.
aided my fellows.
Your target
It's
will
their
be...
time.
You're just a rock in the, over
That
the
is
side.
another 0, so that is another 15
Oh, come
to
on!
win this finale.
Let's do it.
Who among you will face this final contest, the finale battle, and through resolve and spirit overcome Erastos the Magician?
I, Despoina, Hunter's Eye, offspring of Persephone, with the power of Persephone, this great chain shall battle onwards, using as well another domain.
Your dice, your name, your epithet, your 2 domains, and your D4. Who else will face this?
I, Polythrastes, the unshakable pillar, will force you to submit, villain, and your parlor tricks.
Name, epithet, domain.
Which god are you calling?
And I am going to call on the daring of Hermes, because apparently conviction is a flaky thing, but daring is worth a shot.
D4. Who else amongst you will call upon this?
I, Scythia the Cunning, will face this contest. I will mark Pathos in order to add my Craft and Reason die to this pool, and I will double down upon being as cunning as I ever have been by calling upon the aid of Hera.
3d6, 1d8, and a d4.
I, Prochorus, will use the advantage I have gained and call on the daring of Hermes as to take advantage of all of my allies' actions and wait for that perfect strike to end Erastos's life. So I will be, I've marked a Pathos.
Name, domain, other domain, and a d4. I don't think God Scourge comes in here, does it?
No, I didn't
No.
need it. And the D10.
And the d10 of advantage. Okay. Your pools are created. Your target is 15. Test your fortune.
Oh, I'm going to roll like a 1 on the D10, aren't I?
Oh, haven't I rolled a 1 every time I've had an 8?
It's bad.
15. Meet or beat?
Bad.
Prochorus.
11.
Polythrastes.
10.
12.
With my aid,
Nice.
You suffer. You suffer. You suffer. But you prevail. Who rolled the lowest
I
on...
think that was me. I got 10.
What actions did you take? What impacts did they have? How did you fail?
So Polythrastes squared up to the rather hunched now form of the magician and the fearsome kind of sentient soul flame, and he entreated, into this combat as this flickering blue flame goes to lash, and Polythrastes, have at you, you illusion! Scour me to the bone! See that my conviction is unmatched! And oh, there we go.
Flame flickers up, fires around you, pouring in a more, because it has been pulled down from above, it has become even stronger and more powerful. And you quite literally do feel that sense of being scourged. Your spirit, your soul, almost kind of like pulling through, pulling out, but it flickers away in a moment as... who was next?
I think it was me.
What actions do you take? What impact do they have?
If I lose a pathos for this, I've lost 5 pathos. Does that have an impact on
Nope.
this? Cool. I am in the midst of this magic going off around, the fire moving around me. I am steadfast. I am there ready for this strike, and I pull my spear back, and then I just see Hades, his image, in front of me, and he smiles, shakes his head, and my spear shatters, and I have nothing to land the blow with.
A moment of indecision causes you to hold back. Scythia, what actions do you take and how do you fail?
Using the last of the cover granted to us by Nyx, I continue in our path. I reach the already wounded magician, already flat on his back, thanks to Despoina's previous attack. He's writhing far too violently and shielding himself with the flame of Phobos. I know what I must do in order to clear the path, for I cannot prevail by myself this time. I take my beloved Atlatl, load 3 of my remaining spears into it, and with a slight moment of hesitation, I wait until I get the confirmation, that slight twinge in the back of my mind that tells me that Hera has responded to my request. As I jump and throw my spears out of my Atlatl downwards, Hera guides their path, and they land, pinning Erastus's cloak perfectly in place, immobilizing him for Despoina's strike, and I can only watch as I tumble over, landing very inelegantly, possibly dislocating a shoulder in the process, as my beloved wooden Atlatl is consumed by the fire of Phobos.
Fire of Phobos kind of pulls around this thing, this vitally important thing, as it starts to burn blue, and you see also the blue kind of mixes in as the flames of Hades kind of consume the last embers of it, and into nothingness, and almost as if it never existed. However, Despoina, what actions did you take to win this finale? And more importantly, what outcome do you foresee for your vanquished foe?
Having seen the flame climb, I think about but immediately my allies threw themselves into the fray, and I'm going to use their efforts as Polythrastes tries to land a blow and is immediately shot back with the. I use that opportunity to jam my spear across his heels, forcing him to the ground. You see, no mortals may feel your flame. It is nothing but a distant cousin to me. As I jump back, spear, it shatters. I use my shield to ram the pieces into his chest. Poorly. With red perception guides these blows upon your heart. As I ram it, feeling the blood course down the shield. I see his pinned cloak from my friend Cynthia. She's fallen back, and I pick up the spears they shot from just before the ghost blade, and I ram them into his back, in from both sides. And as he's lying there, facing me, it's quite pitiful. Necromancy's hard, but what you aim. It's my dad's job. And I pick up my shield, and I hit him over the back of the head with it, before using my spear to end his life, as I jam it through his skull.
Brutal.
This is an old man.
Not
Spear
anymore.
passes
Now
through
he's a
him
dead man.
and pierces into the rock of Hades. And you watch as erupting from this piercing moment, fire and darkness pour forth and pin him, trapped here between death and life, like a butterfly pinned to a rock deep within the realms. Hades does not like others who wish to take his power and use it, and he now has a little plaything to enjoy. Above you, you hear the sound of the island tumbling and rumbling. Orphane's domain collapses, but you see and hear the sounds of the dead above. Some pouring, trying to get back through the rift, holding open a small area for you all to make your escape. You pour out of the red darkness and out onto the desolated island. There are still a few dead here, wandering, but the rift closes behind you.
Can
What-
I have just flipped Hades as I walk out, please?
Absolutely. He nods and smiles. What impact these wandering lost souls may have on the world, you do not yet know. But for now, the strife here on the island of Acorus has been put to an end, and you watch as the sun rises from the dark sky. Thank you very much for playing
Nice.
Aegon Heroes. What other adventures may occur? Who
That was
knows
good.
on
That was
these
good.
dark seas? But for now, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you if you've been watching along at home or if you've been watching this on demand. We're going to take a small break. We're going to be back here for our next game very shortly. But see you very soon. Thank you.
Woo!
Hello, and welcome to Call of Cthulhu. Today, we're going to be playing Eldritch Horror, a family mystery. Got a few players with us. We've come up with our characters. We've got a story to tell tonight, and hopefully we'll get to the bottom of a mystery, and there'll be some investigations, some decisions. So just going to go around the table, introduce our characters, and then I think we'll get straight into it. So,
I am Ellie, and I'm playing Joe, the babysitter, the cousin babysitter.
I'm Rich. I will be playing Frankie. I am the little technical engineer-y, take everything apart and definitely fix it all just as much as it was before and not break anything ever. That's me.
I'm Kai. I'm playing Casey. She is the baby of the family and is pure chaos.
I'm Oren. I will be playing Jackie, the eldest daughter and distant musician.
I'm Simone, and I'll be playing Charlie, the hacker of the family, so obviously bullied by everyone here.
And I'm Holly. I'm playing Bailey, who is what she likes to think is the sort of the substitute elder sibling of the family who likes bossing the rest of our family around, and she's the narc of the family. Every family has one.
So, we find ourselves at the family home. The family, the Anderson family, moved here about 3 years ago following the father, Andrew's, retirement from the US Air Force. You've travelled around, your family has travelled all over the country. You've been here, there and everywhere, never really settling in one place, never really making a lot of friends at school, because of course, how can you when you move around so much? So obviously, as the family unit, you stay very close, you keep very to yourselves, and you like each other for all your quarrels and your bits. You find yourself on this night in your Colorado home out in a ranch about 20 miles away from Denver, so nice and quiet and away from everything. And you're in the old house that your parents have bought as a project. And tonight, your parents aren't there. Joe is around to babysit, as Joe often does. And you find yourselves, the sun is going down, the sky is a wonderful kind of reddish blue, and you're sat there just playing board games and having japes and running around and causing chaos. And so, is there anything that you guys would like to kick off with?
I'm going to throw an egg at Bailey. Shout, think fast. Just after I've let it go from my hand.
What's your throwing?
My throwing? Okay, cool. Should I do a roll for this?
Give us a D100. And what's your skill?
My skill is 45.
Okay. Let's go.
It's a 22.
And what's your dex?
My
what's
dex
your
is
dodge even?
My
sorry.
dex is 42.
What's your dodge?
My dex is 85 and halved is 42. So,
Okay.
so it's does that mean it's
Dodge is a
42?
skill.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Oh, I got a 19.
Thought fast.
She thought fast.
You thought fast.
Try
You
hard.
dodge.
Yeah. I've seen that one before. Don't try that again.
An egg hits the wall behind you.
Clean that up now.
I'll go clean it up. Stop throwing eggs.
I thought we were done with this.
Charlie has recoiled from the egg throw immediately.
It wasn't. Well, I had to lull you into a false sense of security.
Turn out your pockets. Give me the egg.
I just empty my pockets like eggs in all the pockets.
At least 3 of them hit the floor and just smash
Yeah.
everywhere. More stuff to clean up. Casey is the youngest, just loves causing chaos, obviously, and you guys are well known that Casey just loves throwing eggs at people and other objects. This night, as it begins to grow on and you guys are kind of having fun and enjoying the company, obviously Joe is just absolutely just trying to clean up all the time, hauling you guys around, getting you in trouble. The sun has set. It's dark outside, and you're aware that normally there are crickets chirping and the normal sounds, the wind, etc. But tonight there is no noise outside whatsoever. The only noise that you guys can hear is the television. You've got maybe the radio if it's on in another room. Obviously, Charlie's probably left it on, and there's clunking noises coming from Frankie's side of the room.
It's gonna work. It's gonna work.
You're aware that, obviously, tonight marks an anniversary. An anniversary of an event that has caused a lot of change within your family. Tonight marks 3 years to the day that your family had a car crash in Florida. You were driving along in the Florida Keys on holiday. The car came careening off the road and you ended up in the water. Thankfully, everyone survived, but obviously it caused a massive change. You guys have now moved back to Colorado. You've stopped traveling. Your father retired from the Air Force. You get to spend a lot more time with Joe now. But you're aware of the fact that tonight marks a specific anniversary within your family, and it's kind of stirred by the fact that now that your parents, they've gone out for dinner, with some of their friends that they work with. It's an exceptionally quiet night outside, and suddenly there is a power cut. All the lights in the house go out.
Frankie, what did you do?
I haven't touched it, but my drill's not working now. I was halfway through this, and now I can't finish it. I didn't do it. I'm not even anywhere near the electrics. Look, this is a whole separate thing.
Where'd you keep all the flashlights?
Those I might have taken apart to build this. Well, I didn't know we needed them.
Oh.
Wait. I'm sure there's one downstairs underneath the sink. I'm sure there's a flashlight down there.
All right.
I haven't touched that one yet.
I'll go search for that flashlight if it's there.
Okay. So, you move through the house. Obviously, the house is, it's a work in progress. It's dark. It's dingy. It's the paint is peeling off the walls. It's very much a project. You're aware of the fact that as you open the door to the basement, you feel a breeze fly up at you. You've never noticed it before. There are no windows in the basement. There's no way for light to get in, and obviously with it being so dark, it's so difficult for you to see. What's your next move?
I'll kind of recoil at that and be like, that's strange. Turn around and say, am I going to go alone down the basement?
I feel like we're all queued up on the stairs behind you, like, well, you were leading the way, but...
I will come down with you quite happily.
Thank you.
Don't worry, I'll protect you.
No.
Do not throw eggs in the dark. It's dark down there. We'll slip on the floor.
But you won't see them coming.
Yes, but then we'll slip. It'll be dangerous.
Come on, Casey. Come away from the door. And I'm going to take Casey away.
Ha! You got in trouble.
So we'll head down, kind of like hand on the railing and just...
Hands on either side of the wall, making our way down. This is weird.
You're aware of the fact that as you pass down into the basement, obviously you can see very, very little. It gets darker and darker as you take each step down. Obviously, the house is already extremely dark anyway. There's creaking beneath your feet as you go down each floorboard on the stairs. Just a creaking noise. And as you go down and you reach the bottom, you feel like you're not alone. Not only that you're sharing the company of your siblings, but that you are not alone in this room. There is something on the far side of this room that you have not been aware of before.
Is this a prank?
Not by me.
Why did you all look at me?
Look up the stairs.
Mum and Dad said pranks were banned.
I haven't done this. I was having the eggs. The eggs was my only plans for tonight. Well, except, not...
I was
this
making all the
wasn't me.
flashlights better. But unfortunately, I wasn't quite finished.
That's true. If it was Frankie, would have
Yeah,
got everything ready to be the hero.
Well, exactly.
And clearly you're not ready, as usual.
Because
It's
every
just
time you
messing
moan,
up.
every time I'm doing one of these things, but if there'd been a power cut and I just finished the flashlights, you'd all be like, wow, that was really great. But obviously not typical.
Might be a flashlight in the gun safe.
The gun safe.
I've been trying to get in there for years.
I know. But I think there's no power. Might not be working.
I'm not sure that's how safes work.
It would be easier to break in.
I'd like to point out I'm already sat next to it.
You're already sat next to the gun safe.
Absolutely.
Seems a sensible place to wait.
You just know as soon as the lights go off, there's a big chance that your siblings are going to congregate near the gun safe.
The moment the lights go out, you're like, guns.
There might be a light in there. I don't want the gun. I want the light there.
We came down here into the basement to get the gun.
Yeah, but I'm not
Not the
going
gun,
any
sorry,
further.
the light. Sorry, I don't want a gun.
I'm not going any further than this basement. There's something over there.
What?
And it's not any of us, because we're all upstairs.
Is it cooler, warmer? Like, what's the temperature like in here?
The basement is significantly colder than the upstairs. The rest of the house is heated normally, but the basement is cold and dank, and you're pretty sure you can hear a dripping noise from old pipes that are leaking that have not yet been done up. Just a drip, drip.
Nope.
Drip.
Water.
Joe, where do you find yourself at this moment in time?
Trying to hold Casey upstairs away from everyone else, but kind of feel like I need to. So, is anyone else upstairs, or is it just...
So,
Jackie, can you watch Casey and give you Casey's wrist? Please look. You look up.
You're acting as if I'm like 6.
Yeah.
So are you. That's the problem.
Am I getting paid to do this?
No. We'll negotiate later.
I will pay you double.
Sounds like a trap.
I'll pay you double.
She's got eggs.
I don't have any eggs left.
You took all
You've
the
always got eggs. I kind of make my way downstairs to see what's going on, why they can feel this, and kind of judge the situation from there.
we're fine. We're not scared. It's fine.
Definitely going downstairs.
As soon as Joe's out of sight, I let go of Casey.
Oh no.
Casey, now free. I'm assuming you run to another room. Just get yourself
Yeah.
away from the nearest person that can corral you.
Basically, yeah.
You
And
supplying
I'm
the
just,
egg situation.
I think other than eggs, I'm going to start like replaying with other things. Like maybe like going to have like a book.
There's
Well,
there's pepper in the kitchen.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you run to the kitchen, I'm
Yeah.
assuming. Okay. As you're running to the kitchen, and Jackie, I'm assuming, is just like, don't care. Not interested. Just going about my business. You are suddenly aware of a feeling that you're being watched. You look around, and you don't feel like you can see anything within the room that you're in. The room is dark, but you know the sun is going down outside. Shadows are being cast into the room, so you've got a little bit of light, but not an enormous amount. You can, you know, you've lived in this house for some time, so you kind of know your way around. You can feel your way through the dark, but you're aware of a feeling that you're being watched.
Casey, where are you?
Don't respond.
Obviously, Jackie being the eldest, you know, you want to be the most confident one, right?
I'm going to try and unlock the gun safe.
You're going to try and unlock the gun safe. What's your locksmith?
01.
So you'd have to roll a 1.
You have a 1 in 100 chance.
Yeah?
No.
Okay. I was going to say, if you did that then, my mind would be blank. You're sat there fiddling with the gun safe at this point. You're like, you know, kind of a little bit neurotic, kind of like looking around, suspicious of what's going on, but you're like, you know what, everyone's out.
As long
Lights
as none
are
of my
out.
siblings can
Yeah.
see me, then I can act scared.
Yeah, that's fine. And as Charlie mentioned earlier, there might be a flashlight in the gun safe. You never know. So that's your justification if anyone catches you. In the basement, you come down into the room, and obviously as you get in there, you're hearing the drip, drip, drip. You hit a cold, hard concrete floor at the bottom of the basement. It feels wet to the touch. There are puddles across the bottom of the basement, in patches. Not it's not like ankle deep or anything. It's just small drips and drops. From obviously living in the house that as you come straight ahead of you down the stairs, you've got a pair of sinks. And then around to your left, you've got a series of different kind of machines, washing machines, utility machines, drying machines, that kind of thing. And then the room obviously opens out a little bit. It's a very square room. In the far corner of it, the corner seems specifically very dark. Almost beyond black. A very, very dark corner of the room.
I'm going to call out and say, Frankie, can you make a spark?
No. I'm going to pull a lighter out of my pocket.
The arsonist within the family.
Every family has one.
Still can't see much.
Whereabouts do you find yourself within the room? Have you just come down the steps, or are you...
Yeah, I'm like right at the bottom. I took one step, stepped into a puddle, now my foot's wet and I'm annoyed, so I'm trying to use a lighter to try and work out at least a dry path to the sinks.
Okay. So, you light up the lighter that you had in your pocket. You're holding it out in front of you at arm's length just to try and see. And you're following the wall as it comes up. And you make it to the sinks. You're like touching the border of the sinks there. You notice as you're moving through the room that even though you are able to light your way to around the walls and get to the sinks, you don't feel like the lighter... Obviously, the lighter is not an overly effective form of lighting up a room, but it doesn't feel like you're getting that much light out of it. It feels like, if anything, there's less light than you've noticed before, and you're not running out of lighter fluid in it because you fill it up regularly.
Very confused. But I'm hoping there's some flashlights around the sinks at the bottom, which is what we came down here for. So I'm currently just like staring really close. Like, still can't see a bloody thing.
What is Bailey doing at this point in time?
I think Bailey likewise has come down and got a wet sock, and is then sort of complaining about that. And I think it's maybe if Charlie will let him, sort of like grabbing Charlie's arm ostensibly to...
Charlie's as soon as I felt the water, I'm on the last step. I'm not stepping on the floor. As soon as I felt the water, I was like, nope.
Yeah, my sock is really wet.
Nope. Don't like that.
I can't see these flashlights. I'm sure they were down here.
Don't burn yourself with a lighter.
No, I won't.
Yeah, I think Bailey is kind of then probably staying near the bottom of the stairs again, kind of ostensibly with Charlie, but realistically, probably a bit nervous about going too far into the room, and probably just peering around to see if you've got the strange feeling of being watched. I want to see if I can see anything moving strangely.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you trying to do? You're just trying to look into the room?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just kind of keeping an eye probably on the edges of the sort of the lighter flickering. Are there any sort of strange shadows that shouldn't be there or anything? Do I... Yeah.
Roll me spot hidden.
Oh, great. I have spot hidden. I'm not sure I want it. I do not get that, no.
What's that?
That's a 98. But I have 50 spot hidden, so I don't think that's...
Okay. I mean, I don't think you can critically fail looking into a room. So
I look at it and I've just been looking directly at the wall like, I can't see anything, it's really dark. And then I bump my nose on it.
You look into the room, but like really like you can see Frankie out in front of you, and obviously you're sat there kind of next to Charlie on the step, but the corner seems like a million miles away. You can't see across the room. You're not, I mean, that like normally there's some stuff kept in the basement, some boxes and things. So like maybe you see a couple of boxes, but really you're not spotting anything that you wouldn't otherwise be aware of. So Casey in the kitchen. I'm assuming you're fumbling through the fridge.
Might have gone up to get some potatoes as well.
Okay.
Oh no! Nice and solid.
Yeah.
And then won't expect the potatoes.
Whereabouts are you looking for the potatoes?
I feel like I do a lot of cooking with Mum, so I will know where they are. So they're probably just in a sack, like in a pantry if we have one.
maybe in like a larger cupboard.
Yeah.
You've got like, different stacked up things. As you're stood there, so the kitchen is quite a long kitchen. It's not wide with an island or anything like that. It's quite a long kitchen with wall on one side, with like racks on it and things, and you've got like a coat stand and something to put shoes on and dry them off and stuff. At the very end of the kitchen, as you're walking towards the cupboard normally used as a kind of a pantry, there's a door right at the end which leads out to the backyard. And at the end, while it's dark out and the sun is on the other side of the house, so it's quite dark on that side, you can see what you think is a silhouette against the door. It's frosted glass, but you feel like it's the silhouette of a person from what you can tell.
We'll launch the nearest thing at it.
Have you
Roll me-
plotted out everything that's in the kitchen?
Roll me a D100.
42.
You go for a chopping board on the side. It's like a plastic one. It's nothing big, but you throw it. And what is your throw? If you could roll me for that as well.
That was weirdly cocked with a D100. That's a 93.
A 93. I think you panic as you see this, and you grab it. But as you grab it, you just literally like underarm it at the other end of the
The
wall.
aerodynamics of the chopping board are very different to the egg, so you're just like, oh.
Yeah, you're so used to throwing eggs at this stage that chopping boards are a whole different game.
Different league.
It's okay, no one saw it.
Is there any noise from below? Can we hear the noise of a chopping board?
What you hear is like a fumbling noise, which you assume is something to do with it's just like a clacking, so like a door going or something, and then you hear a thump as the chopping board hits the ground. But it's not like a loud thump, but it's enough of a thump that you guys in the dark
What's that?
get spooked.
I don't like this. Still looking for these flashlights.
Jackie, do you have any candles in your room or anything? We can't find the flashlights.
I am torn between the two. Do I investigate the noise or that?
Though full well Casey went that direction.
Sounds like a Casey problem.
Sounds like a Casey problem.
Casey's fine on her own.
I'm the toughest one in this family. What are you on about?
I'm gonna
Really not.
keep guitar in hand
Okay.
and
As always.
The important thing.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
The guitar is the fresh addition to this.
I'm gonna make my way back upstairs
Okay.
to my room.
Okay, you're going straight to your room. You're like, nope, not having any of this.
She's right. There are candles there
Okay.
for me.
Yeah. Not a sharing sibling then. Jackie, you hear through the basement, because obviously as you're going down to the basement, you've got the basement stairs, and over the top of the basement stairs run the stairs up to the second or first floor of the house, depending on where you are in the world and what you call it. So from the basement, you can hear Jackie going from the ground floor upstairs.
Okay, it's fine, right? Jackie's going to go get the candles.
I hope so.
Well, I don't know where the flashlights from here have gone, so I just want to get out of this basement. If they're not here, we should
Joe,
just
where
go
are
back
you?
upstairs.
I can't see you.
I'm kind of a couple of stairs up from you.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
So
Sorry,
yeah,
I can't see you.
I
I can't see you because I wasn't facing you.
You're
just
stood
rolled a
rigid.
98 on my look for something, so
You're just stood rigid, like Joe, screaming backwards towards it, and Joe's just like, I'm right here.
Oh God.
So obviously at this stage you are all pretty spooked. Frankie, you can't find flashlights underneath the sink.
They were here yesterday, I'm sure of it.
Well, just come out of there.
Okay, I'm coming.
Thank you.
I'll navigate the puddle floor again. Back to the stairs.
As all of you are, obviously some of you are in the basement, Jackie's gone upstairs, and Casey's afraid in the kitchen.
It's loose.
You hear a noise from the front door. The knocking.
Somebody's at the door.
Mum and Dad said not to let anyone in unless Joe answers it.
But maybe it's from the power company. Maybe they're telling us why there's a power cut.
They took
I'm
keys,
just on my
didn't
own.
Well, they didn't lock us in the house. What kind of
Wouldn't
parents are
they
they?
knock?
they? Yeah, they took keys. Okay, I'm going to stumble back up the stairs and try and navigate towards the hallway, I'm guessing, towards the front door. See if I can see who's the other side.
I feel like as soon as you start going up the stairs, certainly from Bailey's point of view, there's a hurried exodus after you.
Yep.
Like, yeah, just like,
Yep.
oh, we need to face him, go, go, go.
Yeah. You're like, oldest person here, I'm following them.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you travel up the stairs, and the stairs, as you come out of the door obviously leads into the stairs down. You come out into the corridor, and down the corridor at the end is the front door. The front door is an enormous, solid wood door, and like many doors, has kind of a peephole set into it so that you can look out, but no one can see back in.
Okay. Does it just one knock? Like one time knock, it doesn't keep knocking or anything like that?
No, it's just
Okay.
knock, knock, knock,
Okay.
and then you hear nothing.
I'm going to... It's about 30 seconds go down the corridor slowly. Feeling someone grabbing my arm. I'm not sure which one of you two it is. Probably not going to be Frankie. It's going to be one of you two.
We've got one of each other.
Yeah, I'm holding on to you.
Just do a chain.
Dashing on behind, pretending I'm not needed.
And I'm just going to look through the peephole to see who's knocking.
Okay. As you look through the peephole, you see nothing.
Bloody kids again. We haven't even got any neighbours, and it's ridiculous.
You're saying bloody kids. It was you last week going around doing that.
And I'm sure they were saying bloody kids to me when I was doing it. That's just how it works.
I'm going to kind of like in the darkness reach behind me and count heads.
Count heads.
Count heads. So I can obviously, I can hear Bailey. Yeah. I can touch Charlie on the head, and I can reach for Frankie, and I'll be like, where's Jackie and Casey?
I think Jackie went to get candles. They said about candles. I don't know where Casey is.
Well, the problem with Jackie is
Where was the last loud noise we heard? That'll be where Casey is.
Came from the kitchen.
Sound logic. You know it's true.
I'm not going in front. Casey
No.
might be throwing stuff. I'm not taking that again.
Just thinking if there's any shields we could take with us.
Armour up.
Who would have thought the main antagonist of the...
Give me half an hour with that door, I can make us all shields.
But then we're going to not have the door.
Would you rather have a door or
We
shields?
need the door.
We need shields.
There's somebody out there.
Oh, I didn't mean the front door. There's doors in there.
Okay. No, we can't. We can't.
How about a cupboard?
Almost persuaded.
Mum and Dad do not... No. They've just put some of these doors in. We can't take them off again.
You're acutely aware of the fact that, yes, your parents would be upset if you removed the door and turned them into shields.
It's dark. We can feel the scolding if we do anything with these doors.
Oh,
though.
absolutely.
It's my
They
keen
know
legal
what
mind.
Casey's like. They'd understand.
Frankie, did you take my lighter again?
No.
You hear rummaging through cupboards from upstairs.
Wait, didn't you have your light? Oh.
Casey, where do you find yourself at this moment?
I've probably started to go towards the back door
Okay.
to see what the silhouette was.
Okay. You notice that as you fumbled the chopping board and you dropped it onto the ground, you look down to where you dropped it and then look back up, and the silhouette is gone. But as you approach, roll me a spot hidden.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. Ooh. Ooh, what is spotted?
I got a 4.
A 4. Best roll so far. Get ready for that to be the best roll of the night.
I could spit it.
Did you find your chopping board?
As
Do
you
I find a
Being
flashlight?
handed to you by someone.
as you walk up to the door is a wooden door frame and a wooden door with a frosted glass pane set into it. And you can see almost on the inside of the window pane there are black marks along the bottom, spaced perfectly as if someone had just put their fingers on the sill of the window, and some kind of black mold is seeping through.
Then I'm going to scream,
Okay,
as only an 11-year-old could.
okay. And to everyone else in the house, you're busy kind of, obviously Jackie is rummaging through their things upstairs in their room, and the rest of you are bickering amongst yourselves about what to do about the front door, and
Whether we can take apart any of the other doors. Which of the doors are most important to Mum and Dad?
Then you hear the most blood-curdling scream come from the kitchen as Casey screams.
To the kitchen.
Yeah, I'm running to the kitchen. Whoever's holding my arm is coming with me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I will follow.
You all come barreling
Unless
into
this
the
place-
kitchen.
Yeah.
And Casey, I'm assuming you're away from the door,
Yeah.
against the wall.
Yeah.
The rest of you, what is your first response?
What was that?
Is it dark enough we can see Casey?
You can see Casey.
Was that you screaming?
No, it was the chopping board. Of course it was me.
What happened?
There's fingerprints on the door. Someone was standing there.
Do we see any fingerprints on the door?
Roll me a spot hidden.
Okay. 92.
92.
You can't even find the door.
I mean, obviously, to you, Charlie, you walk up to the door and you. Obviously, the brief was there are fingerprints there, and to your eye, you can't see fingerprints. But then you weren't told where to look or what the fingerprints looked like, so you wouldn't know whether you found them or not.
I don't see them anywhere.
Okay, we all need
Can
to
I
stick
point them
together.
out?
No?
I like that. I prefer that.
Yeah, can we, Casey points them out, can we
Okay.
do an
I
investigative
point where I
cluster?
saw them,
Yes.
whether they're still there.
Okay. How many of you want to cluster around to look at this, or are you just? Is it just
You
Bailey?
say that
or-
sounds like a trap,
Yeah.
but I will.
I'm going to get closer to look around.
No, I'll just be in the kitchen wondering why we're making such a fuss over the child scream. Just not always do that. It's just
Well, I'm behind you like Bailey, because, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
investigative cluster. Okay, that's a 29, so I do get that, because my spot hidden's 50.
27. Oh, I just missed it. It's 25.
Don't forget your luck.
use luck.
Oh, yeah. I'll
you
use
can
luck.
if you want to, but don't forget that Bailey's already.
Well, yes.
Oh, that's true.
So, looking at the windowsill, you can see on the windowsill black marks spaced out in kind of finger width spaces on the door frame. Dark, kind of black, kind of like the mold that you would get on sealant at the edge of like a shower or something. If you've got a bathroom that's been particularly uncared for, it looks like disgusting and greasy, but it looks like damp. It looks like that kind of black speckled mold. And not only that, but you notice as you look at it closer, not only is it just there as it was, that you'd never seen it before because your mum keeps an incredibly tidy house, given the paint clippings and all of that, as everything's kind of falling apart and needs repair, but everything that can be cleaned well is kept clean. But you notice for the first time this mold that it must have come from somewhere, and it couldn't have come just tonight because the house has been cleaned regularly. But not only that, you can see it slowly spreading down the door. And not slowly as in, you know, like it might be there in a few days. Like, no, it's creeping down the door. Almost at the rate of a crawl.
Joe, do you see that? There's look, there's mold. There's mold coming down the door. I don't think we should be in here. I think we should go into the living room or something. We should all keep together. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
You don't know what to do.
Have we got any mold cleaner?
It's probably under the sink.
No, we can't go back there. Can I? God, I mean.
Can we step away from the door?
I certainly will be once I know her. Is the mold sort of moving off the door at all? Is it just sort of covering more of the door, or is it making any move to sort of come in the house?
It seems like it's creeping as if not like fingers would be creeping through, but like almost something dripping down a surface. You know, it's kind of spreading as you would imagine water trickling down. You know, down a rocky face might kind of travel. You know, it's following the cracks in the wood and the grain of it all.
Oh my God, Mum and Dad are going to kill us. Did you do this somehow?
How would I have done
I
this?
don't know.
I don't work with nature.
Did you do science? I don't know. Science experiments?
There's far too many live things in that for me. Machines, technology, that's the future, not this mould.
He's right, you know.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know what this is.
Jackie, what do you find yourself doing at this moment?
Looking for the lighter I've stolen.
After realizing my 3 backup lighters have also been taken at some point previously.
I was improving them.
They do really big flames.
I'll be heading back downstairs, hearing all the talking. I still want to know what's going on, I just don't want them to know that I want to know what's going on.
Right.
So I'll keep my distance a little bit.
Okay.
Walk past.
You hear a faint scream
Eavesdrop.
about mold cleaner.
So you've heard a scream, you've come downstairs, and you're kind of nonchalantly kind of strolling through and, you know, just not really getting too deep into what's going on, but everyone else seems to be making a bit of a ruckus. What is everyone's group decision at the moment on where you're going, what you're doing?
Probably into living room. How far away is the living room? Is it like I'm imagining like kitchen, hallway, living room?
So the layout of the house, obviously we mentioned the corridor. You have the corridor in. To your immediate left is the living room.
Yeah.
And the living room has a door back through to your father's study. On the right, as you come through the corridor, it goes into a dining room space and then back out to the kitchen, which is where you guys are now. So it's probably maybe 5-10 meters to the front door, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, can we get in a room that's not near the front door
That's
and
what
not
I'm
near the back door?
I was thinking living room is
Yeah.
away from where this mould is or whatever it is coming through. So go to the living room to try and...
Before we go, I know there's a lot of land around us. Can we see our neighbours? Do we have neighbours close enough to be able to see other houses?
Normally, there's another ranch kind of fairly nearby, you know, a few hundred meters down the road. There's some trees along the road, kind of, you know, and some hedges and things like that. But normally you can occasionally see the lights over there, but it's late and, you know, it's an elderly couple that live there, so
Okay, so
even...
there's no lights on, so it could be the power cut or they could have just gone to bed.
Exactly.
Okay. Not very helpful.
Yeah. It's a planned retreat to the living room.
So return to the living room.
The human chain. Can anyone grab Casey or is... Gone. No. She's still there. It's fine.
Do you all move as a unit, or are you splitting up, or...
Unit?
I'd go with everyone. I'm not into this whole hand-holding thing. God, it's only a bit of
It's
mould.
not hand holding, it's arm grabbing. It's much more
It's
forceful.
only a bit of mould.
You see the way it's moving though. That's not normal.
I didn't know. I just heard you talking about mould and just figured someone else would clean it. What?
So, you move back to the living room. The living room is dark. Obviously, you come in from the side, coming from the kitchen through the corridor and into the living room. On your left-hand side is the enormous wood-lined TV set, as would be typical of a 1980s family to have. On the right is kind of a floral patterned sofa. You've got the lamp and everything that you would expect, and a big shag carpet on the ground. And obviously the walls are adorned with pictures, family memories, things like that. But one thing that does pop out to you while you're in this room is that you're now aware as you walk in. This is one of the lighter rooms in the house because you've got the sun coming into the front of the property as the sun is setting. And kind of on the wall you can see one of the center pictures is a family photo of you all that was taken when you were all on holiday in Florida. And you can see that this creeping mold is coming from the edges of the photo frame. You don't notice it at first, but as you walk into the room it becomes apparent because you can smell that damp mold smell that you get in a property where it's kind of run down and a bit derelict, and you've never smelled that before, but you notice it coming from this photo frame on the wall.
There it is, that's what I meant, there it is!
But that's not how photos work. Why is a photo mouldy? I'm trying to look around either side of it. Look at what's going on. I pick it up and look behind it.
Yeah.
Anything unusual?
So, you reach up and you're taking the picture off the wall, and you bring it off the wall, and you notice that as you grab it, your hands feel incredibly cold and very wet.
Yeah.
And the frame actually leaves a mark on the wall. When you lift it up, obviously, you've kind of got, as the sun comes in and bleaches the wall, that's what you would normally expect, but actually behind the photo frame is completely normal, just the colour of the wall, a kind of, whitey beige. But as you take the picture and the frame down off the wall, it leaves the black mould around the edge. But as you take the picture down, the mould stops moving.
Did we try and take the door down? That'll stop the mould moving in there. Determined to take a door down.
Is something in the wall? Is that what it is?
Let's do it.
I don't know. Can I sniff the mould?
Oh boy.
Seems sensible.
I'm trying to think what you would roll for that, frankly.
I mean, I have been looking at my skills like,
A sniffing check.
like natural, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
is there a
natural
listen
world.
but knows?
No.
Is it, lower than listen, I guess? There's appraise. I think that's probably how much is this antique worth, not how does the mould on it smell.
Yeah. I would give this mould a solid 3 out of 10.
Yeah, seems reasonable. Which picture was it that I took down? What was the actual picture?
It was a family picture of you all in Florida.
Right, okay.
So this was taken about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
It's actually dated on the back.
Turn around.
The day on the back is July the 16th, 1982.
Is that today? As in, well, it's 3 years now, but is today July the 16th?
Today is July the 16th of 1985.
Is our old car in the background of the photo?
I was just thinking.
It's the last photo we ever saw go with the car.
No, but as you look at the picture, it kind of brings back some kind of lukewarm memories.
It was a great holiday, apart from the traumatic car crash, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the few times where the family all gets together in one place. Obviously with Dad travelling a lot, and you guys being You know, normally at home with your mum, it was nice to get away to Florida, but you know, when you look at this picture, and especially now as your hands are kind of clammy holding this kind of awful, disgusting picture frame, and obviously the photo in the back, because obviously you have the solid wood backing, and then the photo, and then there's a sheet of glass over it within the picture frame. Within the glass, you can see the mold is kind of reaching from the corners into the middle.
Okay. I'm looking at my hands. I'm holding this frame. Are they covered in mold?
Your hands aren't covered in mold in the sense that the mold is traveling onto you, but your palms are definitely darkened by the horrible kind of mold that you picked up, and they've kind of become almost greasy and wet and damp.
I will put the picture down on the floor, like propped up against the wall, and like step away, rubbing my hands.
Okay. Charlie,
Yes.
where are you in this room?
I wanted to kind of like pulling Bailey with me, but I wanted to check if the phone line is dead as well as the electricity.
Oh yeah, do it, Charlie. Can you?
Yeah, okay.
Whoa. Magic.
Man, there's actually a stat for this. Roll me a listen.
Oh.
Ooh. Hello. I rolled a 5.
5.
Ooh.
And my listen's 30 as well, so.
You're listening into the handset, and at first it doesn't sound like there's anything. You don't kind of hear any like tone that you otherwise would. You know, you'd expect, obviously you're lifting a handset, you know, big chunky thing, you'd normally have the buttons to dial, and but you can't hear anything. Normally there's a but you lift the handset to listen, and then you hear a click, which normally implies that you've had someone on the other end of the line and that the phone has been hung up.
Does the tone happen after that, or?
No.
Okay. Charlie, is it working? Is it working?
I think someone was listening. I heard a click. You know, when you put it down? I think someone was listening to the phone was down.
But who's going to listen? I mean, I think I've heard the police can listen in, but why?
No. I'm going to try and dial 911.
Okay.
I was like, what country am I on? Yeah.
Funnily enough, it actually works in whatever country you're in. But
It does now.
yeah,
Did
maybe
it
in the
80s?
80s. I don't know. Cool fact for you if you're ever trapped in another country and you need to call the police. Anyway, you dial 911, and you hear nothing on the other end of the phone.
Don't do that, Charlie. We might be. What if it's wasting police time? We've just got some moles.
Yeah. No. If you call the police and say it's dark and my door's mouldy, they might not care.
What might be happening here might be happening somewhere else. So
Okay, no, okay. You're
just
right.
a panic attack.
Okay.
So I don't know what should.
Are they answering?
I hear no tone at all.
You hear nothing.
There's nothing. It's just dead.
Have you been messing with it again?
No, I haven't.
Do you want me to take it apart? Back it up?
No!
I can fix it. But it's already not working.
No, but it might. Someone was listening.
Doesn't like Dad usually go to the fuse box when the light goes out? Why has no one tried that?
Because you need a torch to find the fuse box. Everybody knows that. We couldn't find a torch.
Where is the fuse box?
In the basement.
You're aware of the fact that the fuse box is in the basement.
Oh no.
My
You know
suggestion.
where the fuse box is.
I'm sure I know where the fuse box is. I have to go and reset it every time I trip it when I'm doing something with her.
A regular visitor.
I bet I can bend this fork to fit in that plug socket. Again. I mean, okay, I can try and find a way down to the fuse box.
I will go with Frankie.
Okay, so
Oh, Jackie, you're back. Did you find any candles?
I did. Don't seem to have a lighter for them.
Oh.
Oh, I got a lighter. It's not yours. It just looks like yours. It's mine. I got it yesterday.
You're not getting it back.
But it's mine.
Not anymore.
It's older people. It's not fair. Siblings.
So, what do you guys choose to do if you're going down into the basement? Are you going to go and pick up some candles first, or are you going to just go straight down into the basement?
It is very dark down there. I recommend some candles. If you've got them, then
Okay.
it's got to be better than
I'll
that.
pick up a big
Lighter.
pillar candle, light it,
Okay.
just hold it.
Yeah, just like that. Holding it out in front of you? or-
Absolutely.
Okay. So, obviously...
There is no fire safety happening at all.
You can
the
hear
kids would
in the background Bailey bleating about fire safety, but
What was that? Hold it closer to the
no.
walls.
Mum says, "What about the
Hold it up into
wallpaper?"
the rafters.
No.
Joe, what are you doing at the moment?
I'm probably thinking about a way to avoid the kitchen.
Okay.
Whether we do a barricade like we did last time and barricade the door shut, or if we need to get out there.
Are you running the idea past anyone, or is this internal?
Probably Bailey
Okay.
as the yeah.
Self-appointed
Not gonna
head
fin-
of the
yes,
family.
thank you. Yeah. Wasn't gonna finish that statement, but yeah.
I will.
I don't know. I don't want to go. I don't want to go past the mole, but I don't want to go to the front door either. If there's someone out there, maybe. Okay, I know. Mum and Dad said, don't let people climb out of the windows again. But maybe if there's a window somewhere that we can, obviously not the high ones,
Yeah.
but then maybe we could we could get ourselves in a room with no mold, no doors, and then if something starts getting weird, we can climb out the window.
How are you going to get into a room with no doors?
Through the
Casey,
window.
Casey, where are you? I can't even see you.
I'm literally right beside you.
Oh!
Just appears.
Okay, so what is the chosen action here in that case?
Can I ask where is the gun safe?
Where is the gun safe?
Yeah, I'm just an academic question, wondering where it is.
An academic question.
Yeah, just
Okay.
an interest.
The gun safe is, as many dangerous items are kept, in your father's study.
Oh, is Dad's study locked normally?
He doesn't lock it, but he's pretty strict about making sure you guys don't go in there.
Oh, okay.
Which means we're in there all the time.
We can't go in the study.
The door has been left ajar from when I was in there earlier.
Of course. as soon as disaster strikes, you're going to the gun safe.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What are our other choice of rooms on the ground floor?
Okay, on the ground floor, obviously, like we say, you've got, the
So the kitchen,
the kitchen.
mouldy out. The lounge, mouldy out. Dad's study, obviously forbidden.
Yes. No.
No.
For the lawful good among you,
Absolutely
a no-go.
No.
Obviously, there is the dining room,
Okay.
but the dining room also connects into the garage,
Okay.
which is on the side of the house.
Okay. I mean, the garage is horribly messy, and I don't like going in there.
If you go through that door, be careful. You will trip over.
Yes.
It's just like a deconstructed engine. It's fine.
It's
just
not
be
booby
careful.
trapped, but it feels like it is.
Well, yes. I know where everything is. I couldn't walk in there fine.
Okay.
I mean, maybe we need to
It's mess,
see
but I
what's
know.
going
Exactly. It's
on
mine
in
now.
the dining room.
Yes, let's go see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Dining room investigation team.
Are you coming with us, Casey?
Sure, why not?
Don't pick
So,
up any glass.
simultaneously, Jackie and Frankie are heading down into the basement, candle outstretched before them. Who's going first?
I have the candle, I'll be on front.
Thank you.
Frankie, where do you find yourself? You just behind? Or?
Yeah, just behind him.
Okay.
Like two, 3 steps.
You now find that the candle obviously is a bit brighter, and you can see further into the room, and it almost looks like there are boxes that were previously packed. Obviously, there are the boxes that you have when you move into a place that you never open up, but these boxes are open and are strewn everywhere. And the fuse box, which would otherwise be above them, like back of the room, is now behind piles of cardboard boxes and piles of random items, you're talking about books, you've got, you know, different photos, you've got photo albums, and, you know, all kind of like different things just absolutely stacked up across the room, you know, old crockery and things like that. You guys are now like basically on the far side of a sea of absolute crap all the way over to this fuse box.
What the hell happened down here? And when? I was down here like 10 minutes ago.
Was anyone looking after Casey in that time?
I mean, no, but I didn't see her come down here.
Incredible words from the guy who was left watching Casey.
I know what I did.
I'd like to point out Casey was with you all in them 10 minutes.
And yet they still don't trust it.
Definitely a ruse.
Maybe the hologram Casey.
Start digging through the boxes.
Okay.
Wading through them.
So digging through as in to get to the...
Yeah, just okay. Push to the side.
With your lit candle.
No, like,
You wade through all of this stuff, you know, just kind of like climbing over a lot of it to get to the fuse box. Open it up, and one of you will need to roll me for electronics repair.
Seems like a Frankie sort of thing.
Watch. Are you going to roll 100 like this?
I mean, undoubtedly. No, that's a 13. And my electronics repair is 25.
Awesome. Obviously, from the numerous times that you've broken everything, you've, you know, obviously, you know, turned the fork into a death switch and plugged it into the outlet.
It's important to know what happens.
You know about the breakers, and you're aware of the fact that the breakers have tripped, and so, you know, as Dad showed you the previous time before he got you by your ear and dragged you out of the basement, he told you how to flip it from off to on, and you flip it.
And all the lights come back on.
No. Everything remains dark.
Does the switch
With-
stay in place?
Huh?
Does the switch stay in place when I flick it? Or
Yep.
is it okay? There
From
should
what
be
you
power.
can tell, the breakers are now on. Everything should be lighting up as normal, but nowhere in the house is there lights.
Give me a minute, I might have to take the breakers apart. They're not working properly.
my judgment says no, but my curiosity says absolutely go for it.
What could possibly go wrong?
Okay. So, Joe, Bailey, Charlie, and Casey. You're in the dining room. You walk in. And from what you can tell immediately, everything is looking as normal. You don't see any difference to what you would normally see, except from the fact that it's very dark.
Are there any windows out in here?
There is a bay window, so obviously you have the front door of the house, and you're in the dining room on the right side, and there's the living room on the left. And both the dining room and the living room have a big bay window that face out to the front of the property.
Try the lights.
Okay. You go up, you flick the lights, nothing happens.
Still gone then.
Can I look out the window to see if there's anyone in the area that could have been there earlier, that might have knocked and waited or moved over to another house and come back? I want to look out the window for something.
Okay. So you have a look out the window. Looking out through the bay window, obviously you're used to the sight of the long driveway that leads up to the road, and you can still see the post box in the distance. It's a short jog up to the post box and back if you want to collect the mail in the morning. But you're aware that while you're looking for someone or something out there, there is a shape that you can't recognize at the end of the driveway.
Bailey,
Yeah?
what's that?
Oh. When are Mum and Dad supposed to be back?
Not for hours. I'm gonna close the curtains. Like, around Bailey, like, close them so that Bailey can't see you. It'll be alright. We'll be fine.
Okay. So far, the current plan, what I'm thinking is we get a blanket and we put it over the top of the dining room table and we just sit under that.
Isn't that for tornadoes?
Earthquakes.
Earthquakes.
Not sure it'll do much good in a tornado.
This is true.
Sure works against mould.
I don't know what we do against mould. We can't. Mum and Dad say we can't go out of the house, and there's people outside of the house, but there's mould in the house, and we can't.
Could people outside maybe be there to help?
What we need is ammunition. Where's my eggs?
Don't throw them at us.
What if we need to defend ourselves?
Don't throw them at us.
I can only 90% promise that.
Hiding behind.
Just guard your nose.
I give Casey 2 eggs back.
Oh.
Ammunition.
Okay. Yeah, this figure. If we can, I'll go back to the window to peep out again. Is that figure moving at all? Does it look like a person, an adult?
You can't discern any shape from it specifically, but you can see it at the end of the driveway.
And is it moving at all?
No.
Okay.
It could just be a tree.
That's my guess.
So that they
In the
move
middle
on
of a
the
driveway.
Okay, I close the curtain and then I open it again quickly to see. Has it moved?
No.
Okay.
Right up against the window.
Weeping angels.
We'd be lucky if it was Weeping Angels.
But I think if it was somebody coming from the power company or something, they would have knocked again, or they would have said, "Hey, it's the power company." They wouldn't just be being creepy.
Does the
I don't
power
know.
company work that fast?
Maybe it was their fault. Maybe that's why they came to say sorry, because they were, I don't know, up on a pole or something.
That does
You know.
make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's anything left on the dining room table while they're talking to put in my pocket.
Okay. I mean, on the dining room table, it's just kind of. It's not set out for food or anything. There's, just kind of some assorted
Salt
bits
shakers?
on there.
Salt and pepper?
Yeah.
We would have eaten dinner. We would have eaten something like chips and something. So there's probably spoons and things left
Well,
out.
I mean, I think,
Spoons.
That's why they're still out. We didn't use them.
Okay, Roger.
It's the 80s. You're, obviously with the parents being out and about for, going out for dinner. You just have had like some kind of ready meal, sat at the sofa, watched some telly, and eating there together. So the dining room's not like the dining room table's not set out for any kind of meal. It's just as it normally is. Salt and pepper shakers, some, assorted stuff. There's some pictures on there and things. Just a tablecloth, but the tablecloth doesn't hang over the edge. It's kind of pinned down underneath.
What pictures are there on the table?
What pictures?
Yeah.
There is a wedding photo of your mum and dad.
Is it mouldy?
Spot hidden.
Oh, okay, right. 51, and my spot hidden is 50. So I will use a luck point to
One single
that.
luck point.
to detect whether the wedding photo of my mum and dad is mouldy. Tell me.
Tell you about the mold.
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you inspecting it? Are you just literally staring straight at it, or are you going to pick it up, or?
Oh no.
Touching mouldy paintings is fine.
Never a game master asks that question.
No, I know. I don't know if you're just doing it to spook me. I think I'm probably going to have to get pretty close to it to look at it. So I think I'm probably getting as close to it as I can without picking it up. So I'm probably really leaning in, but I'm probably trying not to touch it.
Okay.
Dead.
You look.
That was it.
To explode.
Yeah. Like the Death Star. Sorry. you look deep into the picture, and obviously you can see your mum and dad, stood there in their wedding picture. It's kind of, how though it's not like a candid wedding photo. It's not like someone's been at the wedding taking pictures. It's like, they've had a booth set up where they've got a floral archway and there's a set background or whatever. But you notice that what you're aware of is that the background is normally a solid sky blue across the back with kind of a gradient fade. But now in the middle of the photo is a black figure.
What was that?
There's there's something weird happening with these photos. Look at this, and I think I get, if Casey hasn't already got the salt and pepper shakers, I will use one to nudge it towards you.
They're gone.
Oh, they're gone. Look at this.
They're enormous salt and pepper. They're in your pockets like that.
The ones like.
Yeah, like.
Look at this. Can you see this?
Can I see that?
No.
What?
There's a figure.
And Bailey, now that you look again, there's nothing there.
Oh, there was something. Oh, if this is a prank. Where's Frank? Frankie's been too quiet for too long.
Well, he's down the basement. So.
If this is a prank.
Jackie, what are you doing at this moment in time?
Breakers didn't work. We're in a pile of boxes.
Maybe there were flashlights in the boxes. Maybe we should look around all the crap that was on the floor.
I'll hold the candle, you can have a look.
I will rummage. Didn't Dad used to have a big flashlight collection that he kept in storage in the basement? I'm sure I remember mentioning it.
I'm afraid that your dad does not collect vintage flashlights.
We should have established that backstory.
Yeah, I mean, you had the opportunity. You can't retcon it now. So, as you're rummaging through the boxes, looking for anything that you can light up,
Yes.
you find a box full of newspaper clippings, which is unusual to you because you have never seen newspaper clippings in the house. None of them have been put up, and normally your dad's not, and neither your mum. People who really dwell on the past. They're not the kind of person who gets a newspaper when man landed on the moon or something. But it seems specifically odd to you because all of the newspaper articles are from the same day.
And what day would that be?
That would be the 16th of July, 1982.
How many papers did they buy on that day?
It was a busy day before they crashed their car.
No wonder they crashed the car. They were really reading all these newspapers.
I mean, they're a big box. It's if you think of every time you've seen like a police drama where they have a big box full of evidence or whatever, it's almost exactly that kind of kind of cardboardy box with metal tablets set into it.
What sort of stories have they been collecting? What are all these clippings stories about?
They are all Florida newspapers talking about the day of the crash.
Do they mention the car crash? Is that what they're all about from different sources, or is there just a lot of other things that happened on that?
There are some other things on the pages. They are the double spread, but the thing that ties each of these sheets together is that there's always an article about the crash.
Okay.
As you are looking through the boxes, though, you do find something very alien to you, which is an old lantern.
Dad's vintage lantern collection.
You do recognise this lantern. It used to be kept in your grandparents' house. Your granddad had it because he was a miner back in the days, and I don't mean that he was a child.
Probably was.
At one point he was. But if there's one thing that we know for sure, it's that once upon a time he was, in fact, a miner, as in someone who digs for materials. And he's kept his lantern for a very long time. And you have that lantern there in front of you. But of course, it was only ever really ornamental.
Yeah, it probably does work, but I mean, where do you even get lamp oil from these days? No one sells lamp oil. We have lights.
A fair assumption.
Not right now.
Dad's vintage lamp oil.
I knew this lamp oil would come in useful one day.
I will take the lantern with me just in case we find any. I mean, maybe lighter fluid might work. I mean, what can possibly go wrong? I'm up for trying.
If I give it to you, do I get it back?
What, your lighter or the lantern?
Yes.
Yes.
That is a non-committal yes.
Well, I mean, I've already explained to him it's not his lighter, so. But yes, no, this is fine. I feel this is slightly more important than the possession of a lighter. So, I mean, seeing as I have a lighter and a lantern, I will try and light it. No. Didn't think so. Worth a try. But we will see if we can find some alternative fuel. I'm sure we could like drain the petrol out the car in the garage. a petrol lantern.
I'm not in the scene, but Bailey feels a disturbance in the force. There's somebody getting petrol out the car again.
Yeah. I feel I'm already halfway up the stairs discussing it. It's like, look, if we siphon the gas out of the car, we can put it in this lantern. The lantern will work fine.
You just hear the word siphon and gas, and you have an aneurysm. So back in the dining room, you guys have obviously been sat discussing this picture that you don't particularly understand why you're seeing something and everyone else is not seeing it, and and that goes on for a little bit, and then you hear a click. The click noise was the sound of the circuit breakers going on. And as the circuit breakers go on, nothing lights up around the house. You don't suddenly have room lights or anything that are functioning. There's not, as far as you can tell, like nothing really has changed except from a harsh white light coming from the living room.
Did we leave the light on there?
Why that one wouldn't be working if all the rest weren't working, would it? No.
Maybe somebody found a flashlight.
Oh, guys, did you? Hello? Did you find a flashlight?
We found a lantern.
That's not what that is.
It doesn't work.
Is there any petrol in the car? Anyone
What?
know?
We're all here. Where are you guys?
Coming up the stairs.
You're not in the living room?
No.
Why would we be getting the circuit breakers done in the living room?
That's not where they are.
I don't know how to say this, but there's a light on in the living room, but
Oh, so it worked.
no. It's not like the normal light in the living room is. It's really bright.
Like a light.
I'm gonna go towards, come across and see, just kind of look into the room if possible. Try not to look into the light to ruin my eyes forever, but try and see if there's anything obvious that's a shadow, someone there, where the light is in the room with the corners with the shadows.
Okay. As you come into the room, you're aware of the fact that the light is coming from the left-hand side of the room, where the television set normally is.
Okay.
There are, as far as you can tell, no other shadows around the room apart from that which is being cast by the existing furniture in the room.
Okay.
If owning a pair of rocker shades ever came in handy.
I mean, the light is bright. I mean, it's harsh, but it's not blinding.
Okay, I'm going to look towards the left-hand side to try and work out what is a light.
just imagining like a couple of heads peeking around the door.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're now standing against the door frame. The door frame is double wide as you come into the living room. And you're looking towards the left-hand side of the room, and what you're noticing is that the television set is on. But there's nothing playing. There is just the harsh sound of white noise just humming in the background, like tss. And obviously you can see the shaky lines and white noise of the TV as it would be if it wasn't tuned to anything. But you know that when you last had the TV set up, you know, it was set to tune into the local television station, so it's a bit strange for it to be set to nothing.
Can I just kind of put my hand around the corner and just try the light switch to see if the lights come on?
Yeah. You try it,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
and nothing happens.
I'm going to kind of turn around and look back at Casey and Bailey and Charlie and wait for the other two to come upstairs. Because they said they were coming up the stairs, so I'm going to wait for them to...
It's a lot of stairs.
Maybe I
I've
can.
already been up
It's
and down
approximately
twice
13 steps, but to Frankie that is a lot.
I mean,
of
I've already been
steps.
down there once, and then back up there once, and then down there again, and now back up there again. Oh.
Gets a lot of exercise running to and from the garage and the circuit breakers.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a trip I'm very familiar with.
I can try and tune it. Maybe there's something on the news about the power cut.
There's
Is something broken?
there's no lights. The lights still don't work.
That doesn't make any sense. Why the
TV's
power
on.
to the
But there's
TV?
no light. The lights don't work.
Can I get to the TV?
If you want to.
Can someone come with me?
I'm going to come and protect you.
Okay,
Sure.
I will come in the human chain.
Yeah, I'll get to the TV and I'll try to like fiddle with the buttons and try to tune it to something.
Okay.
So I think you should unplug it.
Try to turn it off and on again.
Fix everything.
Give me an electronics roll.
Sure. It's not going to work. 82.
82. You are, you know, using every knob, dial, and switch on this this television, but nothing is coming up. But the other thing that is strange, as you notice, is normally as you switch, there's an incremental kind of box that comes up to tell you what channel you're trying to switch to, and that does not come up. Even when you're not getting any signal for anything, if the satellite antenna outside is not focused in the right way, you should be getting an indication as what you're trying to set it to, but you're not getting it.
Do I hear anything coming from our room where the radio, because we have the radio there. So is the radio like static there as well, or
You'd have to get closer. Your room is up the stairs, and then as you turn around, it's on the far side. So it
Okay.
would be above you,
Yeah.
but it's an old house. It's like solid brick built, so it's very thick walls. You can't hear anything from where you are.
That's fine. I wonder if there's anything else that turned on. Maybe.
Nothing else downstairs, but yeah, you might be right.
Could go up. Could wait for the others and then we go up.
Okay.
What's everyone doing then?
Assuming the TV's on, I'm just going to go straight in and sit on the sofa.
Just watch.
You're just going to
static.
watch the white
My
noise.
favorite show.
It's snowing.
I hate to say it, Frankie, Charlie, but I don't suppose you could. I'm not. I want to say, Joe, you'll back me up. I'm not saying break the TV, but I am saying maybe stop the TV doing this.
So break the TV.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
I mean, if we
I go and
unplug it.
unplug the TV.
Just so the TV obviously is the unit obviously set into the bay window. You've kind of got it's just on a four legs or whatever. You go up to investigate it. You go to unplug it, and then you realise the TV's not plugged in. Oh, Finn.
Is there anything looking through the bay window behind the TV?
Can everyone that's currently in the living room roll me a spot hidden, please?
I regret having a high spot hidden because it just makes me feel like I'm going crazy. No.
Ooh.
84.
89.
Failure.
I mean, 32, and seeing as everyone else is blind, I'm going to use some luck to bring that down by 7 to make it spot hidden.
That was 31, so I'm going to do the same.
Nice.
They're holding a plug.
I mean, you've still got that candle, obviously. You look over the TV. The set is directly in front of you, and as you look past it, you know, with the light shining at you, whatever you would normally see is completely occluded by the bright light that's shining directly into your face. But as you move past the TV, what you notice now is that the shape that was sat at the end of the driveway before is now gone, and not only is it gone, seemingly it has moved to be just on the near end of the driveway, looking in through the bay window, but you still can't discern a shape or a figure. You know, if it was some kind of beast, you would be able to see some kind of outline to say it's a dog or a cow or something like that, but you can't. It's not a human because it's not standing any taller than maybe 3 or 4 feet off the ground, but it's nothing you can particularly discern. But you know that if it had eyes that you could see, it's staring directly at you. If not at you figuratively, but deep into your soul. It can see you.
Casey, egg the window.
Do we have curtains we can draw in bay windows?
Yeah.
Right, all good now. There might be something outside.
Out of mind.
Exactly. What
That's how
could
it
possibly go wrong now?
We wanted to go up and maybe try to see if anything else turned on.
Okay. I don't know why this TV's on, and I just hold the plug there. It definitely shouldn't be. I know you guys don't think I know anything, but this is not normal.
Leave it for now, because worst case, we've got a point of light if we need to come back down.
Carry the TV set around as a torch.
No, just leave it in the living
No,
room.
we can't. If we get it out of the cabinet, Mum and Dad said, do not.
Can you help me move it towards the door a little bit, though?
I can try.
We all kind of move the cabinet. Stop looking at me, Bailey. Thank you.
We'll put it down.
Joe's in charge, Bailey. You know the rules.
Help me move it towards the
I'll lend a hand.
the corridor a little bit, so we got a bit of light down there.
I'll help out.
Yeah, yeah.
At the front door, then no one can get in.
It's a
No one can get
TV,
out,
not
though.
a brick wall.
So you're moving the TV.
Yes. The, if
The unit.
possible, the unit.
Mm.
If not, the TV.
It's heavy. You need 2 people to do it.
I think, yeah,
So-
between all of
Also-
us.
Yeah.
Could you, 2 of you, whichever 2 are moving it, could you roll me a strength?
Oh God.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Should have got the strong one to do it.
There's a 55.
That's a failure on a 77.
Obviously, Joe, you lift the
Drop
TV,
the
no problem. Charlie, his fingers slip and he just like that. He just fails to lift it. But as Charlie, as your fingers slip, you notice the reason why your fingers slipped was not actually that you fumbled it, but that your hands are now coated in the same black mold that you've been seeing. Not only that, but your hands are wet to the touch.
Ugh. There's like water under this.
No,
That's not
There
good for
shouldn't be
TV.
water on it.
no, it's fine.
You shouldn't
There's
get
no
water on the TV. Then it will stop working. Is TV leaking? That's not how TVs work.
Someone's forgot to refill the screen fluid again.
I don't like it. Not today. I don't like any day, but not today.
Let's go upstairs. Let's get away from it. Let's go upstairs, and then maybe there's something better upstairs that's turned
We'll
off.
worry about the TV problem later.
We're heading upstairs. I will hand out candles to everyone,
Okay.
but I don't have a lighter.
I mean, you also have a candle. You can all light it off the same candle you have.
This is my candle.
Also, these are like
Well, this is my lighter.
these are like chunky, thick candles,
yeah.
right? So you're having to like, hold them against one another. Hope that you don't drip wax on the floor. You're gonna be in trouble later if you make a big mess.
I will pass the lighter around to everyone and get everything lit. And then collect the lighter back at the end.
Okay. One hand for candle, one hand for arm.
I still have a lantern.
I've got the guitar.
Not very helpful.
You're at the front then, 'cause when you're done.
Oh, absolutely. Just clutching the guitar like a shield.
Yeah. So obviously, kind of between most of you, you've either each got a candle or you're sharing a candle with someone else. You're all heading upstairs together, or are you splitting up? Or
I think we're all staying together
Mm-hmm.
for the remainder of the session.
Bit too early to say that.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
you step up the stairs, creeping carefully. Can everyone roll me stealth?
Oh.
Oh, what?
Definitely not.
Has anyone got stealth?
Nope.
Oh.
Stealth 20.
Who failed the worst?
Hang on.
45.
We're about to find out what 90 it is.
Oh.
91.
Okay.
Oh, the guitar's got.
So what, the worst we've got is a 91 then,
A
right?
98.
Oh.
Your second 98.
Isn't that a crit fail?
That is a crit fail.
Oh, I got a 3. So I beat your
Oh.
score. Sorry.
I got 83, so you definitely beat that.
Oh, we got a 4 and a 3. So that's the lowest roll of the
I
night
got
so
a
far.
45, so I rolled relatively low.
You are
Oh, well,
creeping up the stairs. And as you're creeping up, Charlie, somewhere in the middle, slips. His foot just fails to make contact with the step, slips. You hit your knee as you go down, and then you land sideways on the stairs. You slide a couple of steps, but you kind of get back up. And at the top of the stairs, you are currently aware of the fact that now something in the darkness, what you thought originally was just the wall, has turned and is facing you with 2 deep red eyes.
Thanks, lights.
Yep, thanks. That's nice. I just kind of like frantically try to reach for my siblings, wherever they might be. And yeah, Charlie would definitely scream at that point.
You scream. Everyone else around you for this time, obviously, you've kind of been aware of most of the things that each other are talking about, but now you are all able to see the figure standing at the top of the stairs.
Back down the stairs.
Back down the stairs.
I want to say hi. Call out. Hello.
How loudly?
Quite loudly.
Okay. So, whereabouts in the pack are you? Are you at the front or the
I
back?
feel like I am definitely not at the back, and I don't, just because they need to keep an eye on me. Probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Probably behind Charlie.
Okay. So you lean out from behind Charlie, you scream hello. And the figure starts to slowly move towards you.
Down the stairs, down the stairs, down the stairs!
Yep.
So Jackie's got the guitar. Are you all? You're all backing up then.
Yeah, I will grab Charlie's drop candle and be.
Yep.
I'll just grab Charlie.
As you all back down the stairs, where are you planning on going?
Living room?
Yeah, what's our least worst room?
Towards the light.
I still
Yes.
think. Well, I think kitchen.
Oh.
Well, I know the kitchen's creepy, but there's lots of things to throw in the kitchen.
We haven't tried the garage yet.
We haven't tried the
We haven't
garage
tried
yet.
the garage yet. Or the study. We could try downstairs. It's got the gun cabinet in there.
There's someone in the house now.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go in the study. Let's go in the study.
Yep.
Okay.
You all race to the study. As you run down the stairs, you come through the living room and you wrap round to the study. The door is ever so slightly ajar. You push it open, you all come running in, you slam the door behind you. As far as you can tell, whatever the figure was that was following you did not follow you all the way to the study. You're now in the study together as a group. Is there anything that you want to investigate?
Can I do some first aid on Charlie to see if he injured his knee?
Yeah, how bad is it?
Sure, roll me a first aid.
Your foot's not supposed to point in that direction.
87.
Ow!
I just tap it a bit. Oh yeah, that's gonna bruise.
Yeah. You kind of smack his knee a bit and
Hang in there.
he's kind of otherwise okay. You know, obviously you can't really tell. You're not a trained doctor. You know, you've spent a lot of time playing guitar. But, you know,
Close enough.
doctoring is not chief among your skills. Obviously, Charlie, your knee kind of hurts, but like, you know, I think at worst it's kind of bruised. You're not, you know, it's not particularly bad. As you're in the study, you're aware now that, you know, the study definitely feels like the most secure room that you've been in so far, in terms of, you know,
The bar is pretty low.
there's one window, there's one door. The door is, you know, kind of a double swing door with two kind of glazed screens on either side, so that you can kind of, you know, it's frosted glass, so you can kind of see in and out of the lounge, but you can see that light is coming through. And while it's not shining into the room, it is gently illuminating the room. And you're aware of the fact that the study is not normally in the state that it's kept. As I've said before, your mum and dad like to run a pretty tight ship when it comes to keeping the house clean, but suddenly you're aware that the room is untidy. Untidy not in the sense that it's maybe got a cup or a plate in it that would otherwise be, but that there are papers strewn across the desk and the floor. Not like someone has ransacked the place, but like someone is carefully and systematically looking through to find information. And the information that's left out are documents and newspaper articles, and there are photo albums and all of this kind of stuff. There are maps, everything. And some of the photographs that are normally up in your dad's study are laid face down, where they would otherwise either be propped up on the side or hung up on the wall. They've been taken down and they've been laid either face down on the floor or face down on the cabinet or face down on the desk. There's an open bottle of whiskey on the desk with a half-drunk glass. And other than that, something doesn't quite feel right about the layout of the room. For the first time, apart from your own company, you feel alone. But something just feels slightly uneasy about the room.
No one touch any pictures.
No, leave the pictures. Try and work out what the writings though. What's being written
Yeah,
out.
walk around to see what.
I'll give you a candle back.
Yeah, maybe what they were trying to figure out. Like, what does this information relate to? Like, yeah.
Okay, so what are you investigating specifically?
I want to see what the common, like, if I can work out what the connective, like, tissue is between everything that is being investigated here.
Can you roll me for library use?
I can. Yes. 64, so that's a fail. That's quite a lot. No, I'll keep it.
I mean, you're looking across all of these documents, and as far as you're looking at them, you can't discern a common theme. A lot of the documents are obviously, they're very different. It's a very eclectic mix of things. You've got, like I say, newspaper articles. There are some financial documents. There are some photos. There are some, kind of.
Can I push the roll?
Sure. What are you doing that's transformatively different?
I want to look at everything. I'm going to ignore what Jackie said, and yeah, I want to get all the pieces of the puzzle. I want to flip the pictures. I want to see all the what is going on here, and maybe walk around a bit. Maybe speak out loud for the others to hear what the train of thought is, and yeah.
Well, there's been a trend of things. There was some paper clippings and there's a painting. It's all from that day 3 years ago. Look for anything with that date on it. 16th of July,
1990.
3 years ago.
82?
92.
Okay. Give me a roll.
Even worse.
Maybe it was 82.
Okay.
Yeah.
While you can't discern the connection, obviously you do start looking at the pictures that have been overturned, and the pictures cover a broad range of times and places. You've been aware, obviously, that the picture that you took down in the living room was taken in Florida, and the newspaper clippings have obviously all been from that specific day in Florida. But the thing that you're aware of with all these pictures now that you're looking at is that obviously this is your dad's study from, he's generally speaking across all the places that you've lived, kept this study the same way throughout his tenure in the Air Force. And one of the most common things that he did was to collect pictures of his time where he traveled to different places like Guam.
And Dad's vintage photo collection.
And obviously in each of these pictures it's either a picture of him or a picture of him with, other people that he's flown with, or, maybe pictures of people that he's served with or something like that. And obviously there are some family pictures in there, but mainly they're all pictures with him in them. And the thing about the ones that have been turned on their face is that the black mold that you find across the rest of the property absolutely covers the portion of the pictures where he is standing.
Where he is standing?
As if he has been redacted from the pictures.
Whoa.
Maybe it was the special ops, not just the army. Protect his identity.
From himself.
Can we find like a pencil or something to see if
Yeah.
if we sort of try and scrape away the black mold a bit, does it go back? Mold investigation isn't a skill on here.
No. Awfully sorry, but it's not. Genuinely thinking about what it could be.
Archaeology, as if you're brushing the dirt.
Yeah.
Don't say that. It's got a terrible percentage in it. Is there any way this could be firearms? No?
I think
Mechanical repair.
Charm.
roll me against your education for that.
Oh, okay. So that's just against my. Okay. Okay, 44, and my education is good. It's an 80, so yes.
Okay. You get a pencil.
Yeah, because it is using a pencil.
Yeah.
Using my writing skills, long practiced.
Yeah, long practiced at school. You get a pencil, and obviously you break the back off the picture to get the actual photo out.
Oh, yeah.
And you just start scrubbing away the picture so that you can kind of remove some of the mold that's on the surface of it. And what you find is that as you scrub, going from toe to head, is that the body is fine. You're scrubbing through, and the portion of the picture where your dad's face is now not only, like, you know, molded over, but as you move it, it actually just completely crumbles through.
Just the face.
Yes.
God.
That's so bad.
But it could be like one of those pictures of the beach that you hold up in front of you, and if you hold it just right, it'll be your face. Maybe another
We're not
time.
doing that, no. Is this something to do with Dad, then? But what?
Who was driving the car?
You're not aware.
I don't remember. Did it say anything in the newspapers?
Yeah.
It was lots of stories about it, but they didn't say who was driving. But I mean, I could go back down there and I could fetch them all up, and we could look through them.
Don't open the door, don't... Oh.
Well, I can't go back down there without opening the door. I mean,
What
I
about
can
the
try
news-
and dig through the floor, but it'll take a long time.
What about the information in here?
I can't seem to find anything. It's just ramblings, really. I can't. It seems to all be disconnected. It's just like someone thinking about a million things at the same time.
Did our father keep a journal?
You can do a... Can you roll me both library use and spot hidden?
Which order?
Library use first. Okay.
99.
Oh, we are doing well.
If there's one
I
thing
think
Jackie
that
can't do, it is read a book.
I read music. I
You
don't
set a
read
piece of
words.
paper on fire, I think.
That is the
You open a
highest
book,
roll
is
of
you-
the night. I'll make it 100.
Oh, please. Alright, spot hidden. Oh, 14
14.
Oh.
for spot hidden.
If you find it, you just can't read it.
Well, when that piece of paper's alight, you can actually see really well.
What language is it in?
You slide through the drawers. There's one locked drawer that you can't get into, but other than that, you have a look through the drawers, and you find a very tattered, leather-bound journal. And it kind of looks like, before you've even opened it, it's got Andrew written on it, you know, scrawled in pen. It's obviously leather-bound with a cloth strip around the top tying it shut, but you can see there's a lot of different papers wedging out from the binding of it, as if more paper has been rammed in there.
Cloth, you say? I was going to be looking for some cloth shortly.
Any takers? I'd take the cloth.
Undo
Did I not have the cloth?
the leather and open it and see
It would
what.
go very well with that bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
what's in there.
The two pyromaniacs in the family.
I just like building things. You can throw it.
So, you open up the journal. The journal, it keeps quite a few entries in it, obviously, you know, way back. It's, as far as you can tell, it's the same leather face attached, you know, like a leather facade that's always attached to the book, but your dad switches the books every year. It just so happens that this year, for whatever reason, I mean, you've seen him with his journal before, you're aware of it, but this year the journal is particularly absolutely rammed with scribblings and writings and diagrams and all sorts.
This is the one this year, yeah.
This is this year.
What's the last entry that you had?
The last entry reads, July 16th, 1985. Today marks the 3rd year since the accident, and I've tried my best to do everything I can for my family, for my kids. I've done everything that was asked of me, and I don't think I could have been a better father now if I tried. To Helen, I apologize that I haven't always been there and I haven't been the husband that I wanted to be. And to the kids, I'm sorry for all the wasted years, for all the time that we missed spending together, for all the hours that we toiled moving between places when what we should have had is a family home like the one we have now. I've loved nothing more than the time that we've spent together, but all good things must come to an end. Full stop.
What's it say?
I'll probably pull you, sort of not away from all the others because they'll be pretty clear, but I'll just kind of show it to you.
Just trying to look frantically at anything I could roll to help. I want to see if I can roll psychology on this somehow.
Psychology?
Yeah. Basically, I don't know what else I could. I want to gain something more about the tone. Like, okay. I want to know. I don't know what. Like, the coming to an end is obviously really sinister. Like, I mean, if those are the words as you've read them, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get much more out of it. Like, can I flip back a few pages and see if there's anything else relevant? You know, is he like, you know, I don't know.
Can you roll me for library use against 50?
Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, I'll burn 8 luck points to get that. I'm getting through them fast, but okay.
Flipping back through the rest of the book, you notice that a lot of the rest of the writing seems to be transcriptions from other books that are not present in the house. You know that because they're in another language, and basically everything in the house that is kept is, you know, in English. They're novels or, you know, technical books or, you know, anything that might have reminded your dad of his days in the Air Force or something like that. You know, it's the same kind of things that anyone might have in their house, you know, that a technical person might have, or that just a family man might keep. And you've certainly never seen any book that has nearly the kind of scrawlings that are in this. You know, the way that they've been written are as if frantically scrawling down things that you've searched for in books. You're aware of the fact that obviously your dad's been traveling a little bit recently, so perhaps there could have been some trips to go and read different things from there, but you're not aware of anything in the house that this could have been transcribed from.
Is it like English letters, or is it a different alphabet?
It is majority English letters.
Joe, you're smart.
I'm going to kind of take a look at it and see if I can at least work out what languages they are to kind of go from there.
Okay. Can you roll me education, please?
So 34.
Okay. you're aware from reading through a bit of this, while you can't understand it because you don't speak it, but you're aware that a lot of these scrawlings are written in Latin.
Jackie, they're written in Latin.
I love this, just passing this.
What's Latin?
No, none of your
It's not sheet music.
worth a try. Okay.
Just get out your old English to Latin dictionary.
Yeah. Is there any of all the documents, putting the journal aside for 1 second, the documents that are about, are there anything in Latin in those documents?
No.
Okay. I'm going to try and have a look through the documents and see if there are locations of libraries or something in the documents that might lead us to translating
Learn Latin.
to translating what it is.
Are there any business cards for Latin teachers? Can you roll me library use, please?
Speedy Latin translators near you.
Yeah. Latin are us.
Latin are us.
That is a
With the R
2.
backwards.
A 2?
Yeah.
Okay. So looking through all of the documents that you have lying around, everything that you have available to you, connecting all the dots, you can now, you get a bit of a better picture. A lot of it is tied to, that there's some stuff tied to death. You know, a lot of scrawlings about, readings from the Bible and readings from the Quran and readings from all sorts of different holy texts throughout time and death and how it works, or the believed view of life after death and resurrection and all of these kinds of things. And not only that, but you've also got documents that are talking about people who have been buried and have come back from the dead. But not only that, you also have a series of different documents talking about the day of the crash. There's a police report. There is the newspaper clippings that you've seen before, which you can tell are photocopies of what seem to be the master copies in the basement. And these, all of these documents, one of the common things that have been shared among each of the documents is that you can tell that they've been read recently because they reek of alcohol. You can still smell the alcohol on the pages as if it's only just been dribbled on there lately. Casey, whereabouts in the room are you at this point in time?
Bold of you to assume I'm stood in the room.
Oh no.
Crawling on the ceiling.
I am by the door,
Okay.
contemplating leaving. Just walking away.
Yeah.
I'm pretty fast, so it's fine. And I think I'm the strongest in this family, so it's even better. I can take this person on.
Oh no.
I've got my eggs, I've got my salt and pepper, I can make them an omelette.
Yeah, what's your charm?
Yeah. That looks so good.
So, what is your plan at the moment? You're hearing all of this talk that you're probably not really clued into, or
No, I don't know what's
Understand.
going on with that. I know Bailey looks concerned, but Bailey always looks concerned. Yeah, constant frown. We're talking about Latin. That's a vague notion to me. I think I'm still thinking about that figure on the stairs with the red eyes. I'm like, why is it there? Why did it not say hello? It's just very rude. Also, half thinking about this would be a great time to start throwing eggs. No one is looking. But I'm just holding that one in at the moment.
can you roll me against your power
I got a 28 and my power stay.
That's the power of Casey.
You are suddenly overcome by a feeling that you just want to see whether it's on the other side of the door. You're not compelled, as in, you know, you feel like you're being forced, like something is moving through you, but you get this feeling in the back of your head that you want to open the door and see.
I know that feeling very well. So I'm just going to open the door, just like peer around.
Just ajar or all the way open?
I'm going to slam the doors open as wide as I possibly can to see if they're still there. You're all engrossed in this book and everything else. I don't care about that.
So to everyone else, you're sat huddled over the desk. You're, you know, fumbling through papers and trying to get an understanding of this. It doesn't make sense to you. Why? What's this strange, macabre fascination that your father has suddenly picked up? He's never talked about it for certain. And suddenly now there is this weird fascination with religion and death and life after death and all of this kinds of stuff. And you're pouring through all these documents, and then suddenly the doors swing open. The entire study is bathed in light from the television, still in the center of the room. But now the light is not coming through unobstructed. A figure stands in the center of the living room. Not facing you, but facing towards the television. The loud noise that was made when you opened the doors, obviously everyone's head snaps around, you know, noticing this.
The Casey sense.
Yeah. And silently you stand for a moment. As the figure seems to turn. And it doesn't turn in the sense that it moves to face you. It turns in the sense that its head swivels, as if it's rotating like the head of an owl. It is now staring you down directly. It's looking at all of you. All of you are looking directly at it.
Casey, throw an egg.
I was way ahead of you. I throw an egg.
Can you roll against throwing at a half, please?
I am going to use some luck points. I got 26, my half is 22. So I'm going to use some luck points to get that. I can't math. There you go. So I got 21.
Okay. You instinctively, on seeing this figure, you just grab an egg from your pocket that you've already stowed away from when you were last in the kitchen. You pick it and you hurl it. And where you would expect to hear a crack, nothing. It's almost as if it passes through. It's a direct hit if that were a person standing there, but the egg disappears into the void.
The egg didn't hit, but I hit it.
Close the door, close the door, close the door.
I was busy shoving fabric into the whiskey bottle, soaking it up, and then watching the egg disappear. I'm like, I'd carry on anyway.
Casey, you're on one side of the door. It's a double door to push open. Is anyone else going to help closing the door?
I mean, I can try to leap, but my knee's pretty messed up, but I can try. to go.
Who else is nearest?
I'm by the desk.
I gave up on the book as soon as I found it, so I will reach over and help close the door.
Okay, can you both roll dexterity for me, please?
Haha, no. Dex is 45, I got 46, so I'll do luck points. 2 of them? 1 of them.
If it meets it, it beats it.
Cool. 1.
You manage to quickly get to the door, and as you're pulling it shut, the figure approaches. You slam the door shut. The light from the TV goes out. You are not getting any more light in the room. The only light that you've got is the ambient light that's coming in through the window to the outside, which looks out to the yard to the side.
Sorry, did the TV light go off, or can we just not see it because the doors are closed?
The TV light has gone off.
Okay.
So normally you would have the doors,
Oh, 'cause, yeah,
and
the
then there's
frosted
frosted
glass,
glass on
yes.
either side.
Okay.
So that's what I'd been lighting the room up until this point. But now the TV has seemingly gone off.
A delayed reaction from taking the plug out half an hour ago?
That's how it works.
Sounds like a capacitor in that thing.
I know that cathode ray TVs are bad, but that is exceptionally bad.
Do we need to leave?
How?
Go where?
Window?
Anywhere. Grab the chair. He's gonna
Yes.
kill us, but it's fine. I'm doing it. I'll take responsibility.
Okay. Oh, the magic words.
You're like, absolve responsibility.
Finally, somebody in this
Have
family.
we tried opening the window before we smash it?
I smashed the window.
I never thought I'd be the voice of reason in the
Yeah.
family, but here we are.
I smashed the window.
You smash the window.
Yeah.
What are you using, and how are you going to smash it?
Chair. Want to get it over as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I'm leaving. You can stay here if you want. I'm going. This is not my mess.
It has not caused us any harm yet.
Yeah, it's literally just
Can-
looked at us.
Can you roll me to throw?
Very important word at the end of that sentence.
That's a 92.
Oh no.
How many luck points have you got?
I mean, I've got 80, so, but I'm...
Oh my god. You did roll bad for my
yeah.
Not everyone.
Not everyone's lucky, Charlie. Yeah, you tried to pick the chair up, but it's a big heavy. It's like a big mahogany chair. You know, it's a big desk chair. You know, like not something that probably one person could throw, maybe two.
Okay.
I see if the window opens.
Okay. You go up to the window. There's so it's kind of a very wide bottom pane and a wide top pane, and the top one obviously levers out and opens. You can open it, but depending on size of the person, you might not all get through. You know, it's like a fairly tight fit. Maybe the smaller kids might manage.
See you later, guys.
If you could put a number on that size of kid who could fit through, what number perchance would you select?
Well, I think obviously, whoever wanted to get through, I think would probably have to roll under a 50 or so.
Okay.
So, if you all want to get out, then that is a method of getting out.
Have we tried maybe figuring out what they want?
I mean, if it's
Turn
if
our
it
father
the
into
egg
mold.
goes through it, it clearly can't hurt us because it's not solid. So we could just run through it.
Where did the egg go?
That sounds like a flawless
That
plan.
is some 300 IQ thing.
Did the egg
Big
go through
brain
it, or did it vanish into it?
I'm strong, not smart.
I could run through it.
Why
wouldn't
is
wanna
the
vanish
door
into it.
stopping it?
This is very
If
true.
things are passing through it and we're
I mean,
assuming
maybe
it
it's
can
not.
pass
It's moving
through
quite
things,
slowly. Maybe it's
Because-
just about to come through now.
When there's monsters and you put a blanket on, you're safe. So the door's like a blanket.
it's a
shield. The doors are shields.
I can do it. My time has come.
What are you all thinking?
I know I can get through the window, so I'm probably the smallest here.
Fair. I'm thinking that I have built a makeshift Molotov cocktail with a bag and some whiskey. I am also looking for something heavy, like a paperweight or Just something sturdy that I can either throw or swing or hopefully save my life with.
Is there a cupboard or wardrobe big enough for a person in the study?
If it's big enough for a person, the door is big enough for me to make shields with it.
Yes, that's exactly the idea. Why don't you help me look?
So, the study obviously opens double doors into the lounge, but on your side there is a big oak desk, obviously in the middle of the room. The wall at the back, obviously normally covered in pictures, but in this case it's kind of got a whole heap of things. There is one wide cabinet along the back, and then on your left hand side there is like a drinks globe, and on the right hand side there is a safe.
A safe, you say?
The gun safe.
Does anyone know the combination to Dad's safe?
Dad does.
That does count as at least one person.
Exactly. You didn't say anyone in here.
I mean, we can try to break it again.
Take it
Break
apart.
into it.
We can hit it with something hard.
I mean, I can try and break into it. It'll take a little bit of time. I don't know. Like, safes aren't really my thing.
I'm going to take Bailey, and I'm going to kind of look through the glass pane to see if this thing's coming towards us. And I'm going to kind of hope that this is a distraction for Bailey, so she's not paying attention to the safe.
Well, it's like, do you think that maybe the key for the gun cabinet is in the safe? I mean, if so, that's terrible, because if burglars break in, you've got to break into a safe and get into a gun cabinet, but, you know, just...
Wasn't there a drawer you couldn't get into?
There was a drawer in the desk.
Maybe the key to the gun safe is in there.
So we have to find a key to a drawer to get the key to the gun
Well,
safe.
it seems easier to break into a drawer.
You have to find the key to the drawer,
We can
and
try to
then the
pick-
keys for the safe is in that drawer, then there's like a
Okay, Dad
thing.
told me the password to the gun safe because he said I was really responsible. Because that weekend, when you all got in trouble, because maybe I got you in trouble.
Mhm.
Yeah, we went hunting.
Would it be a password? Is it a voice-activated gun safe? I'm confused.
It is a combination safe.
You've known the combination this whole time?
Do you think this is a life or death thing, right? There's a home intruder, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
I love how you've taken this long to be like, there is someone in my house.
To be fair, we've come in and we've been very rushed. It's only when the renewed attention has been on the gun safe that I felt under pressure. Yeah, I will go and unlock the gun safe if I can.
Okay. Do you remember the combination?
I guess it's your choice if you want to be horrible to me, but I'd like to think I did. I'm a conscientious wannabe police officer who takes my family safety seriously.
Is it 1607, 1985?
Well, I mean, you as
Good
the the keeper can tell me what do you think my dad says his combination to his gun safe as?
Well, obviously, you know from the hunting trip that you took last year when you guys were packing everything. You grab the dial of the gun safe. Turning right, you go to 7. Turning left
We're in America. It's backwards.
to 16. And right to 82.
I wonder what it was before that day.
He didn't have a safe
Rod's
before.
birthday.
It was in the car.
You hear a click. And you pull the lever down on the safe. And you pull it open.
I am immediately interested.
Has the guitar been put down for the first time?
It's on the floor, but I'm holding the top
It's
of it.
been lowered.
Inside the gun safe, there is one pump-action shotgun and a single box of shells.
Is there a flashlight?
There is a flashlight.
Got a flashlight, guys.
We need some duct tape to tape the flashlight to the shotgun.
We found a flashlight. That was the whole thing, right? We're good. We can go
That's
home.
it. Game over, guys. Well done.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for Flashlight Hunt Simulator.
Yeah. God, this game of prop hunt got really weird. Yeah, so there's a flashlight, even, a pump action shotgun, and a box of shells.
Okay, well, I'll be taking the gun with shaking hands because I went on a hunting trip with my dad, and I think I know my way around a gun.
I look suspicious.
Does anyone have any opposition to that?
I will take the flashlight. Begrudgingly.
I will take the box of shells, so I feel important too. But I will also tell you to make sure the shotgun is loaded and then offer you shells if it's
Okay.
not.
I mean, I, Holly Cooper, know absolutely nothing about guns, but my character has got a 60 in firearms rifles / shotgun, so...
Well, can you roll me to load the gun up? Just obviously, you're pretty young. You probably remember it, but
yeah. Oh no. Like I say, I'm. Oh, how many luck points am I willing to burn? I think I'm willing to burn quite a lot. I can't see that I would need them in the future. Oh, maybe not.
Why would you possibly need luck towards the end of a
Do you want a team vote or not? I have to burn 32 to get there, and I've got 51 left.
It's either that or we don't have a gun.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I load the gun.
Just stop. Take a breath.
Yeah.
Just think back.
Okay.
Cock it back. Look down the chamber.
Okay.
Put the shells in slowly. Just take it
Okay.
easy.
Can I do a push it roll with Frankie for once being a calming influence on me?
Okay, we'll take 5 off.
Okay, that's better. Still. Oh wait. Yeah. Okay. So 59, but 5 off. So I would have passed, but it's got 5 on. But I can spend 4 luck points to get it down. Yeah. I load the gun.
Okay. So you've picked this gun up out of the cabinet. You initially are just like trembling with fear. You're like, oh my god, Dad is gonna kill me that I put the gun out of safe.
Oh my god, that's the thought.
It would be.
Excuse me.
You pump the gun back. You can see that the chamber is empty, so you load 1 round in, and then you load another 5 into the tube and cock it shut. You make sure to take the safety off, just like your dad taught you. And now you have a loaded shotgun.
I go, the gun is live, no one stand in front of me!
Please stop shaking while you hold the gun. Or put the safety back on. One of the two.
Absolute nightmare.
Wow. Says you.
We are now running out of the study, away from the actual villain of the story.
Can't believe it. You thought the egg-throwing maniac was the problem.
The true chaos was giving Bailey a gun.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm holding a gun and staring at the door. Or should I shoot the window to get us out? Oh no, I can't shoot the window. Oh my god. What's Dad gonna say?
Put the safety on.
Okay,
And use
okay.
the butt of the shotgun to smash the window out.
Okay. Oh god. Okay. I will.
But put the safety on before you do that.
Okay.
Please.
Just bang.
Yeah. Just blows a hole in the wall. Can you roll me strength to do that, please? If you want to do that.
I think my hands are shaking, so I'll pass it off to whoever comes to take it off me.
I will.
Don't give the 11-year-old the shotgun. I know she's strong, but really...
Stronger than you. I think my hands are a bit limp with the fear, so it just kind of gets taken.
Yeah.
I mean, I also think that Casey's probably doesn't know. I mean, knows that which end of the shotgun to avoid, but other than that, couldn't take the safety off if they tried.
Okay, as long as the safety's on.
I am less begrudging about this decision.
Wow.
Does everyone just duck just in case?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just you take it and you're like, and everyone goes.
You broke my nose with an egg. Imagine what we can do with a shotgun.
It's true.
Okay,
I
yeah.
did not break your nose. You broke your
That is
nose
also
by
true.
ducking.
But inciting incident.
I will try to break the window with the gun. Things I never thought I'd say. So 57 and my strength is 75.
Okay. You hit the butt of the gun against the window and the pane smashes. There's still lots of glass kind of on the inside of the house and on the outside. And the pane obviously is shattered into spikes, so there's still a lot of spiked glass, but it created a very loud noise, and now obviously the kind of the cool night air is now seeping into the house.
I'll shout behind me. Joe, you're still taking the blame for this, right?
Yes.
Are there jackets in the study?
There is one jacket, and it's your dad's flight jacket, and it's pretty big, because he's quite a tall guy.
There's a flight jacket will be quite thick. You could put it over the window and protect it from all the glass shards as people climb through.
Yeah. We'll grab him, put it on the floor. Yeah. Or like on the window against the broken glass. We're gonna leap through. That's the plan.
Okay. Is everyone going to go through the window, or are you...
Can I look out first? Because we didn't look out the window.
I would like to be the last one out of the window. I'm going to try and jimmy open that locked door in the desk, just in case. You never know what could be in there.
I want to help with that.
Okay. Can you roll a spot hidden for me?
Mm-hmm.
And can you guys both roll locksmith for me?
I mean, I was only 71 out.
I passed.
Nicely done.
I rolled 15. I rolled 11 on the 15.
Okay. Very nice. What did you get?
I rolled a 40, but I'm going to take some luck points off that to pass that.
Okay. So, as you're looking out of the window, you can't really see anything, but you're aware of the fact that obviously as you're looking out of the window, you're on the, as you would approach the house, you're now on the left-hand side, looking out the window into quite a wide yard. You've got a road that leads up to the front, kind of big gravel parking area, and then, kind of grass set around, trees, hedges, all of that kind of stuff out the side of the house. You can't see anything, except now you can very clearly see that there is a full moon high in the sky. The stars are out. You're very far out in rural America. It's not. It's a very quiet night. You can't hear crickets or anything like that. The normal kind of nighttime noises that you would hear. There's absolutely no breeze. But you are aware of a rustling in the distance.
Okay.
And so, for Charlie and Frankie, opening the drawer, you succeed. You manage to just shove something into the lock and just get it between the drawer and the desk, and you jimmy it open. And sliding it open, you find another key. There's nothing else in the drawer except that key.
Do we recognise the key? Have you ever seen about the house?
It looks like it's for a lockbox.
Okay.
Hmm.
So it's not big enough to be a safe key. But we haven't seen a lockbox anywhere in the study.
No.
Is there a clock in the study?
A clock. There is just a normal, analog clock on the wall.
What time is it?
It is currently half an hour to midnight.
Damn, we got a while.
Have you ever seen a lockbox? I don't think I've ever seen Dad with a lockbox anywhere.
I don't think I've seen it. No,
Can we do a Lockbox thoughts?
A lockbox thoughts.
Yeah.
Lockbox
we-
remembrance.
Garage or
Yeah.
basement?
I'm not going to the basement again.
I mean, yeah.
The garage, I mean, potentially, if we're going out this window, we should be able to get into the garage from the outside. And then we could have a look in the garage then.
Grab the key anyway.
Yeah, oh yeah, well, yeah.
I'll grab the key.
Okay. Take the key, and we'll try and get into the garage and see if we can find a lockbox.
Joe, have we got
Sound- feels like it's gonna be important.
permission to clamber out the window?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm already like halfway
Okay.
out the window. I was like, yeah.
I will pass Joe the flashlight as the first one outside.
Okay, I'm gonna just do a quick once with the flashlight to see. Make sure the rustling isn't like a person or anything like that.
You point the flashlight around. The flashlight's pretty dim. It's an old flashlight. It's not, it's just an old kind of filament bulb, but it's bright enough for you to kind of see the grass out to 20-30 meters, and there's nothing really that you can tell. The rustling seems to have stopped in the time between you climbing out of the window
Okay.
and you looking around.
Okay.
But otherwise, nothing.
I'll be completely outside, ready for the next person who's coming through the window to help them out.
Probably
Casey.
me with my gun.
No, done that now.
Do you see the shotgun back, or are you?
No, I'm holding on to that.
Casey, you don't know how to work it.
I could hit
There's a
people with
time and
it.
a place. You can hit people with lots of things.
You've got your salt and pepper shakers, haven't you?
That's nowhere near as cool as this.
You're good at throwing. You don't want to throw the gun because then they'll have a gun.
She's making some valid points.
Your mind just went.
Dropping some logic bombs right there.
I concede.
I have a gun. I can shoot with gun. I can hit this gun. I can throw gun. Yeah.
Okay.
So you take the shotgun back. Who's the next out of the window?
I was coming out.
Okay. As you clamber out of the window, can you give me another power roll, please?
I'm not sure what that one
Just
was.
Casey. Just Casey.
Just Casey.
I think that's a 7.
You should roll it outside of your dice tray.
Yeah, but if I do that, it's going to end up over there.
It doesn't
Say
stop
that.
bowling, to be
Ready?
fair.
Oh.
Yeah.
See?
Oh, God. The suspense.
5.
5.
Oh.
Okay.
It was meant to be.
You can hear a noise. But it doesn't sound like it's coming from outside the house or inside the house. It sounds like it sounds like you're imagining it. And the noise is like a scratching noise. Just as you climb out the window, as your feet hit the ground outside, you also become aware of the fact that as you touch the ground outside, you're obviously, you guys have been inside the house, as you've been living your life, but you notice, because you're not wearing any shoes, that your socks are soaked as you touch the ground.
Worst feeling ever. Wet socks.
The real horror.
Being attacked by a big shadow monster. It's the worst feeling ever.
Yeah. Wet socks is definitely worse.
Yeah.
I'm going to like that. Ew, what's that? I just look down.
Okay. It's pretty dark outside, so you can't really see
Has
your
it
own
been
feet,
raining?
aside from the fact that you're aware that your feet are there, without some kind of
Thank you.
light.
Thank God. I still have feet.
They're still there after all these years.
Has it been
Very quite
raining?
attached to them.
It hasn't been raining.
I'm gonna. So you're already out there and you've got the flashlight.
Yeah.
It's
was
pretty
it?
dry and arid
Feet
out
are
there at the
wet.
moment, and the peak of summer, there's almost no downpour.
Your feet are wet.
My feet are wet.
I point the
I
flashlight
do not like it.
at the wet feet.
Casey's feet are wet. And not only that, but you notice now that you are looking, that also your feet are wet. And as you point the flashlight around to turn and see, you can see that there is water starting to flow from the outside brickwork of the house outwards.
I bet you're so glad you decided you were scared of water.
Yeah.
You don't just decide
Kind
you're
of
scared of something.
I mean, if it was like a water leak, like a busted pipe or whatever, you would think that it would be coming from one place, like pouring from one spot and dripping to the ground. But it's not. It's actually coming, as it seems. It feels like it's coming from the foundations of the house, and it's not going inside the house either. Inside the house is still perfectly dry, but on the outside, water is creeping up from the ground and pouring out across the surface.
I'm going to lean back through the window. And there's water coming from the masonry.
What?
There's
Yeah. Do we get back in?
Oh, we can't. No.
Sure, we want to get as far away from this house as possible.
Yeah,
that doesn't
because
sound good.
we can't drown outside of the like.
I mean, you can.
I mean,
I mean, there's
Aha! I'm not inside my house, so I'm immune from drowning.
There's not going to be enough water to fill the whole town. We can get to higher ground or something. If we're in the house, we're trapped.
How affluent is our family? Is there going to be another car in the garage? I'm assuming
there
our
a
parents have
boat?
gone out in a car. But are we a two-car family?
Oh no, it's a landlocked.
You are a two-car family, but obviously you don't know what is going on, whether the other car is in the garage, whether it's functioning, because you know your dad's a bit of a tinkerer,
And
much
you probably
like you
took
are.
it apart.
If I took it apart, of course it's working.
You
I
did
didn't
say
put it
there
back
was an
together.
engine on the floor earlier.
That might be related to the other car. It might not. We'll just have to see.
No, I think we've got to get out of the house because we can't.
But is getting out of the house in a car not better than running across these fields or these rocky?
I'm not saying we can't get the car, but I don't want to go in here. There's that thing on the other side of this door. So let's get out of the house, out the window, and then walk round the side.
Yeah.
Speaking of, can I see anything through the panes?
You can't see anything through the panes because at the moment you don't have any light shining through, and obviously it's frosted glass. So without some kind of light on the other side to see shadows and movements, you couldn't. If you wanted to open the door, you could check.
feel free
I
to
know.
open the door.
Which
time.
way do the doors open? Doors open outwards?
The
or
doors open
inwards?
outwards into the lounge.
Okay, well, that's not much use. So the double doors, though.
Yes.
So
Put the handle shut.
yes, I'm just thinking of what there could like is any sort of like fabric, string.
You put
Molotov
one.
cocktail.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not unmaking a Molotov cocktail to make a run. That's just ridiculous. Molotov cocktails are clearly more useful.
What about Dad's old flight jacket? Is it like, could we sort of do like a fabric?
It's currently across the window to stop anyone
Oh,
cutting it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yourself to death.
I don't think I can go outside.
Charlie, you've got to.
The lockbox isn't going to be outside
Well, no.
unless it's buried in the garden.
It's possible.
It's wet out here now. Good for digging.
Totally.
I wouldn't have
Yeah.
a clue where to start.
Always loved digging water.
We've got to get out of here, Charlie. We can't stay in here. There's something on the other side of that door, and there's the door of the window is the only way we're getting out of here.
I know.
Just keep your eyes closed. Stay with us. It will be okay.
Do you want to piggyback?
I'm going to start
Yeah.
pushing Charlie towards the window
Okay.
Okay.
to like
No.
help him, but also
Are you going to try and like push him out of the window, or are you
just
just
like
pushing him?
towards,
Encouraging.
yeah, helpfully.
Forcibly encouraging him?
Yeah.
I was going to say, can I use my intimidate skill to intimidate him to get the fuck out of this house?
Oh,
Trauma response therapy.
Oh,
With my wet socks.
It's every time.
Yeah, with your wet socks. Are you going to take the socks off and wave them in his face, or...?
No.
Okay.
I'll stamp my feet. I was like, oh, it's going to be really wet. It's like, oh.
If you want to roll intimidate, you can, but can you both roll, and whoever rolls lowest will win.
16.
83.
I would.
think you're leaving the house.
You
Scared
push
by
Charlie
my-
towards the window,
thank God
and
she hasn't
you're
got the gun anymore.
Yeah, the demon entity in the house and still the 11-year-old is a scary part.
Yeah. You're
Water or buckshot?
you're pushed towards the window, and you are. It's essentially for you. It's like a rock and a hard place
Yep.
because you are like you understand that you need to get out of the house. The other option is to go and face some unknown thing in the living room. Your other option is to face your fears and to climb out of the window into the water outside.
Yep, not happy, but holding on very close to,
I guess Joe's out there. She's
yeah, at least Joe.
Okay. Is everyone climbing out the window now then?
yeah.
I will be holding the doors closed until everyone's out.
Okay, I'll hand the gun to Frankie while I climb out.
Okay,
A rare gesture of trust.
you're not getting it back.
By the time you get
That
back,
is going in the Molotov
disassembled.
cocktail.
Yeah, you're
than 10
one-handing a
seconds.
shotgun with a Molotov cocktail in you.
You're gonna have trouble
Throws
getting
the
out the
gun
window
and tries
with
to
both of
shoot the
those.
cocktail.
So, obviously you managed to climb out of the window. Obviously it's broken open. It's an easy space for you guys to all crawl through. Jackie, you're the last one out. You hold the doors to the last minute, and just as you climb outside, suddenly there's a light at the end of the driveway.
Mum and Dad?
Possibly.
Yay, they're home. We're all
I am
saved.
going to wade straight over there, guitar in hand, ready to hit something.
Okay, you're going towards. What's everyone
Yep.
else doing?
Go towards, because I think it's mum and dad.
I think quietly fighting with Frankie over the gun.
I will give up the gun.
Okay,
I have
okay.
the Molotov,
Okay.
but I think I'm fed up with running, so I'm also heading towards this light. It's like we have a shotgun, we have a Molotov, we have various things
A
to
guitar.
hit things with. Let's take the fight to this annoying thing.
With the thinking that the water's coming from the house, try and move far away from the house so that you're not panicking so much.
Follow us to the end of the driveway.
Okay. So half of you going down the driveway, or are you just all going?
We're all
All
going
going.
down there.
Okay.
I think with various degrees of speed, probably.
Yeah.
Okay. As you go towards the driveway, you become aware of the fact that the light at the end of the driveway is not just any kind of light, it's two lights, like headlamps on a car. You can see that there is now a car parked at the end of the driveway, and you can see a figure now basically just open the door and start to come towards you guys at a fairly brisk pace.
Which car is it?
Do the headlights look like the headlights of our parents' car? We've seen it several times.
Yeah, do we
you
recognise
honestly,
the car?
you couldn't tell because obviously the occlusion of the light means you can only really see the lamps and not what's behind it.
Mum, Dad, is that you?
And a voice returns through the darkness. Kids, quick, come with me. And it's the sound of your dad's voice.
Let's jump into Dad's car with the shotgun and the Molotov cocktail. I hope he's not too upset about
We'll
why
explain
we have
later.
I do not drop the guitar.
It's Dad.
I mean,
I'm gonna
he
run
sounded
towards
quite
him.
urgent, so I feel he
Yeah.
probably knows a lot more about what's going on than he's been letting on.
You notice as you are walking down the driveway that while you feel like obviously you're getting further from the house, the water level has now risen to be ankle depth. Even all the way down the driveway, all the way to the car, past the car, down the road, the water level is now at ankle depth.
Does our dad have a face?
I mean, at the moment he's silhouetted by the lights, so you can't see.
So no.
Sure, it's fine. It's our Dad. You heard his voice. What could possibly go wrong? Ignore the water, Charlie. We're nearly there. We're nearly
If
in the
it
car.
is
We'll
our
be safe in
dad's,
the car.
we're all fucked. If it isn't, same outcome.
It's true. We have just been in his study.
Casey, egg.
I will throw an egg at him.
There's only one way to find out.
Can you roll throw for me?
Look, this is like the best way to decide things. Oh, that's an 80.
Not entirely sure it is.
Yeah. I don't think I have enough to knock that down. I do, but that's a lot. That's a lot. It's 35 points. Luck points I need to
Oh,
use
so
out of
half.
66.
Can't we say that the sheer uncharacteristic urgency of Bailey saying to Casey to actually urging her to throw an egg? No.
But that's exactly what she missed. She was so confused.
Oh, sorry.
I'm allowed to throw this?
You throw the egg, and it narrowly misses, and the voice shouts back and says, "Casey, cut it out. We need to get out of here."
We recognise that.
Sounds like something Dad would say.
On a
When you
regular
throw an egg
basis.
at him.
Yeah.
Definitely heard that. Yeah.
Every other day.
You are now about halfway up the driveway, and you meet with your dad, and you can tell that it is your dad.
He has a face.
There's a face
He
and
has a
everything.
Don't worry,
face,
he has a face.
Wow.
but he does have a look on his face that you have never seen your dad have before. He's either always been kind of stern or very kind of warm, and he seems to be afraid of something. There's something that he's aware of, that he's afraid of, that he is, he's not letting on immediately, and he kind of gets to you all and takes you up in his arms, and he's looking to get away. He doesn't question the fact that you have the gun out of the safe, which would normally characteristically be something he might be annoyed about, but
Yeah.
what do you guys want to do?
I tell him my socks are wet.
Yeah. Can we scramble in the back of the car?
How many seats are in the car?
Yeah. Surely you don't
There's
have enough.
going to be enough
Yeah,
for
it's
all
a
of
big
us
station
anyway.
wagon.
It's like
We've gone on
like an
those
Oldsmobile. It's
Yeah.
kind of big. You
It's snug.
you turn to travel towards the car. I mean, he's like basically pulling you guys along at this stage, And the water that is now at knee depth over the time that it's been rising. Obviously, you guys are becoming more and more aware that it is rising faster and faster and faster. And as you look towards the car, for a moment, the headlamps start to dip beneath the water, and then suddenly the car rears up backwards as if sinking like a ship. Obviously, you would imagine that the floor is there, but the car seems to disappear into the lapping water around your knees.
Dad, will you do to the car? Why are you doing that?
He immediately stops, and you hear him whisper under his breath, and he just says, "It's time." And then suddenly, as you turn back towards the car again, you notice that the black figure that you've been evading this whole time is standing now where the car was. The water doesn't lap up against it. It stands almost without being affected by the lapping water that you've been seeing this whole night. And now you're aware of the fact that the being is standing, looking at you, staring at you. And it is not moving or advancing, and your dad is staring at it with this kind of almost look of despair but recognition, as if there's something that he is battling to come to terms with at this moment. And he turns to you all. He turns to you all and he says, "Kids, I'm really sorry. 3 years ago, I made a mistake. We were on holiday, and me and your mother, we had an argument, and we were driving back, and I don't know if any of you remember, but I was drunk. I'd had too much to drink, and we came off the road, and you all died.
No, we didn't.
You all drowned. I couldn't save you. There was nothing that I could do. And he looks at you, and he's welling up. You've never seen this kind of emotion in his eyes before. And he says, I did everything that I could, and I made a deal. I made a deal so that everything would go back to the way it was, so that we would be together. I quit my job. I quit my life. I wanted to be together again as a family, to get this opportunity that I never did, and I made a trade. I traded my life for yours. And I ran from the deal. I took you all. I was hoping that we could run and get away from it all, but it seems like time has caught up with me. I've been trying to delay this for so long, but I can't. And now you're aware of the fact that the being that has been staring you down while your dad has been speaking to you is staring at each of you, and you can hear not a voice, because you can't describe it as a voice. It doesn't sound like a person talking to you. It sounds like some form of kind of dark speech, as if you could imagine that no human could ever speak in this way, but is communicating telepathically with your mind. And you hear it say to you, not in one voice, but in the voice of your own mind, almost speaking through you, and you hear it say, a bargain was struck. There was a deal made. A life for lives unlived. You must make a decision. The bargain was broken, and for that, you will have to pay with 2 lives. And so now in this moment you realize what this has all been about. Your dad's uncollected debt from selling away his soul to some being beyond the realm that you can understand. What you've been running from this whole time has not been something trying to hunt you, but instead it has been the inevitability of a bargain with fate. You know that at the end of this life, the end of this night, 2 of you will no longer be alive.
Bailey,
Are you
look
voted,
after
Bailey?
them for me.
What? No, what are you talking about?
And I step forward.
I think one of the lives lost should be this black figures, as I hold my Molotov, ready to light it.
That's not going to work.
Some black figure can't just come into our lives and tell us 2 of us are dead. This is bullshit.
Apparently we were all dead.
Well, I'm here, I can feel things, I can do things, and I can light this fucking Molotov, and I do.
You light the Molotov, but the figure does not react.
Well, there's no way of putting it out, so I'm still going to throw it at it. Because the alternative is I stand here with a lit Molotov.
Can you roll for throw for me?
Ah, yes. Well, time to burn some luck points. Yes, I will just make it with a 20. I am burning 32 luck points to do that. Down to... Feels like a waste, but you know.
You throw the Molotov cocktail at the figure. And as you throw it, much like with the egg thrown by Casey before, you just kind of see it disappear. And not disappear in the sense that it's just gone and snapped out of existence, but it's as if you've just thrown it down a deep chasm and you watch it disappear into the distance, the bright light shimmering until eventually it's extinguished at the other end.
Okay, that didn't work. I don't have any other ideas.
Dad, when it says 2 people, what does it mean? Does it mean you and 2 more people? What is this deal? What is this bargain?
You hear the voice in your head, and it says, "One life has been sold. Another life must be offered." And so you're aware now of the fact that obviously your dad is forfeit. He's already going to go. He broke the bargain that was struck, and he didn't follow through on it, and so now what he thought was a deal to save everyone else has actually become a deal to give up the lives of at least one other person.
I take another step forward.
Does anyone else have anything to say?
I want to pull Jackie out of the way. It's like, it should be me. I'm the strongest.
No, don't be silly. No, come on, stay here.
I'm
You
quite
have
literally the strongest.
so many more eggs to throw.
Yeah, but just think how many I could throw in hell. 'Cause let's face it, that's where I'm going.
But what if we just don't pick? I mean, what? He makes the house flood. He makes water appear. He makes some weird shadow thing. He can't do anything. It doesn't touch anything. He doesn't do anything.
Your socks wet. Your socks are wet.
Yes.
It's actual water.
But that's all he's done. That's better than... I'll have wet socks every day rather than die. Rather than let any of you die.
I'd rather die. That's so gross. If we don't pick, it's going to choose all of us.
While they argue, I'm walking forward.
How quickly are you walking forward? Or
Slowly enough that I don't attract any attention.
does anyone else notice or try anything? Or
As I said, Casey put herself forward, so she had hold of, so I'm coming with you. Very slowly though, apparently.
I still want to stand and fight. I don't care if we all die. I'd rather we all go down swinging than we just sacrifice one of us. That's just ridiculous. We're a family.
I don't think we can do anything, Frankie. I don't think we can. I will try and grab Casey and pull her off. I mean, I'm not going to win against your strength, I know, but it's with all the guts.
meanwhile, the water is now up to kind of hip height. It's pretty high. So now, obviously, Jackie, you're kind of wading forward.
I will hand Casey the guitar as a distraction.
Throw the guitar.
Throw the guitar. I'm like, what? Ooh, throw this.
Better or worse than a shotgun?
Who knows?
Does anyone else do anything?
I'll miss you if you go.
You'll have more time to miss other things too. You gotta dry your feet.
It's time we never should have had.
I should have had it.
Just spend it wisely.
I don't want to ask about any last requests you've got because you'll ask something really stupid that I don't want to do.
Just look after them. You're in charge now.
I was anyway. That's it. Worse than death again.
And Jackie, as you step forward, your dad, who at this stage has, he's clearly been
been weeping and, has been sad. He draws up to you and stands next to you within a meter of this black figure, this figure that you've been evading this whole evening.
I punch him in the face. And then I hug him.
You punch him and he feels his jaw and he says, I deserve that. Obviously tears streaming down his cheeks. And he grabs you by the shoulders. And he looks into your eyes and he says, Jackie, I couldn't be more proud of you. You did the thing that I couldn't do. And for that I owe you eternity. And he grabs your hand and steps slowly forward with you until you're both within arm's reach of the black figure. And the black figure steps forward and draws you both into the void. For everyone else, you disappear out of sight. For you, you feel nothing. You see nothing. You pass out of perception as we know it. You are, for all intents and purposes, no longer on this plane of existence or any that you're aware of. You simply cease to be. And for everyone else, suddenly it's quiet. There's no more lapping of water around your feet. There's no more movement. There's no more wind in the air. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. And obviously, as you're all standing there, almost dumbfounded by this feeling of remorse and dread and sadness as you've just lost your sibling and your father, you feel awful. The water begins to drain, as if some kind of plug hole has just opened up in the driveway in front of you. Not visible, but you can see the water swirling and it just disappears. And now the ground is dry. There's nothing there. The car that was in front of you has disappeared, as it had sunk away before. And suddenly a set of lights come down the driveway towards you. And you can see the car pulls up fairly close to you. And the door opens. And your mum steps out and says, "Kids, what are you all doing out here? It's nearly midnight. You should all be in bed. Joe, why haven't you put the kids to bed?"
Something's happened.
What do you mean? What do you mean something's happened?
Well, let's go inside.
And you take her inside?
Yeah.
I'm assuming you all go with.
I take the shotgun and put it behind my back.
Asking the important question, are our socks also dry? Did it suck all that water out?
Yes.
Awesome. Much
I
better.
feel better now.
Yeah. Jackie, it was almost worth that.
Death is always worth fresh socks.
So what do you say?
Probably the truth. That something was following us, was in the house and was around us and coming closer, and we managed to escape and got outside, and then Jackie and Andrew went into the void to stop everyone from dying.
And she looks a bit confused. for quite a long while.
Yeah.
She sat there just dumbfounded. And she says, what do you mean? What do you mean? Tonight? Tonight? What do you mean? What, Andrew was here tonight?
Yeah.
That was
And
a
she
deal
says
made
to
3
you-
years ago.
She says to you, Joe, Andrew hasn't been here for 3 years, you know that. And neither has Jackie. Can you please go and put the kids to bed? I'm just so tired, I can't deal with this right now. And that is where we wrap. Thank you very much everyone for watching. This has been Call of Cthulhu. I hope that you've all enjoyed. The stream will start again tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you have a good evening.